obviously through us. And speaking of which, we do have our amazing sponsors and all the amazing people who help make this a reality. We have a small video for you, too.
I'm Dr. Deborah Eduardo, Los Angeles County Superintendent of Schools, and I'm delighted to welcome you to our City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational. This event represents something truly special, a place where technology, teamwork, and competitive spirit come together to create amazing learning opportunities for our students. I want to extend a special thank you to our generous sponsors. This event would not be possible without the support of the Greater Los Angeles Education Foundation and all our partners who believe in the potential of esports to transform education. To our district and school leaders, thank you for embracing innovative approaches to student engagement. Esports is building critical skills like strategic thinking, communication, and digital literacy that prepare our students for the future. To our dedicated teachers, you understand that connecting with students through their interests opens doorways to learning. Your support in developing these scholastic esport programs has been invaluable. And to our parents, thank you for encouraging your children's participation. These games are teaching persistence, sportsmanship, and collaborative problem solving, skills that extend far beyond the screen. And to our amazing student competitors, we're so proud of you. The teamwork and dedication you've shown in preparing for today is impressive. Whether you're a seasoned player or new to competitive gaming, remember that the experience and friendships you're building are the real victory. LACO is proud to sponsor this competition. Good luck to everyone today. Game on.
As the amazing Alan Zach mentioned earlier, this is going to be the day 2 of this tournament. Yesterday we got to see the 32 teams compete, and the top 16, the Sweet 16 as we've put it, are now going to be playing here today for you.
Now, I really hope we get to have those lollipops as that trophy again. I mean, it's a Sweet 16. It makes sense. We've had it for a lot of other tournaments in the past, and let me tell you, I am a big candy enjoyer. Dentists love me. But hey, we're just about ready for game number 1. We are excited to see our two teams begin out this bracket side, boost it out immediately. And for you who are new to esports, I saw this hand raised earlier. It's cards, it's soccer. We're here to break it down for you. But the most important thing are the play this match and the storylines involved. We're going to be seeing early on this ball is immediately pressured towards the orange side. We don't have our UI just yet, so which team is which we will find out momentarily. That being said, though, things are looking pretty dang good early on for one of the two teams.
Yeah, so far it looks like we're able to take a peek here and see that the blue side is going to be that DGM gold team, that orange side is going to be Tres Hermanos. And it's going to be really great to start to see off the bat that we're kind of evenly matched. There's been a lot of back and forth. We're getting to see demos from both sides. That's going to be a reset for the cars that were in the middle of that demolition. And it allows for the other players who were not a part of that demolition to kind of take up the banner of picking up that ball and trying to make up for a little bit of lost time. But it is going to be DGM who are going to be the first ones to score a point in this 5-minute match that is the first of a best of 3.
It's the beginning of something great for DGM Gold, and like you said, Becky, it was a great start for DGM. They had full control of the ball seemingly the entire time, and you did bring up a really good point. These demolitions that we see for the teams, core difference from Rocket League to traditional soccer is that you don't see two soccer players run and collide into each other and they explode. But the good thing here is that it does remove one player from the lobby for around 3 seconds. And that means you have a huge tactical advantage to have so much field support. DGM once again score a second goal.
Yeah, and that was a different player from that first goal as well. So getting a lot of kind of shared time with that ball to start things off here. And that was maybe a little bit of a moment where the orange side had a little bit of a falter in their defensive strategy. And so going into further matches, we were talking about esports is a great way to build strategic learning, and this is one of those places where it's also strategic learning on the fly. The match is not over. There's 2 points for DGM Gold, but there's still 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on that clock. Plenty of time for Tres Hermanos to get on that board as well and work on their defensive strategies as well.
We've seen plenty of teams so far have a minute left on the clock, be down 5, points, 5 rounds. Be okay, Ashkan? Everything good? Yeah, everything seems to be good over there. But we've seen plenty of players down by quite a few points, make it miraculous come back at the very end of things. Though a demo is out. Taco Man 72, the one to save the day. Player does respawn from DGM's side, but the pressure is out. That could be the first goal. No, another for DGM.
Yeah,
it's not.
But it was a good save. That's what I'm talking about, being able to learn on the fly, being able to make those adaptations, trying to find those spots where you had weak points in your defensive strategies at the start of the game and quickly make those changes so that you don't get further and further behind. Now that we are about halfway through this match, this is the point where we've got to see Tres Hermanos kind of try to switch into a little bit more of an aggressive strategy. This is kind of the turning point for them in this match because it is extremely difficult to try and play aggressive and defensive at the same time. That's a very difficult balance beam to walk.
It's been a lot of aggressive pressure from DGM Gold. They've been doing a great job taking Tres Hermanos and making them play purely defensive. That ball's practically in an open goal. 3 points for DGM Gold. Once again, the players of DGM, they've been able to coordinate so well. I did like that stopping power from the orange side, but unfortunately, it just was not enough. The follow-up from DGM Gold allowed them to get that third strike.
I was going to say that is kind of where we're going into the again, I mentioned it's a difficult balancing beam. When you're trying to play aggressive and defensive, you only have 3 players on your team. So trying to leave somebody back to play defense, we saw somebody deny that initial hit into the goal, but unfortunately, if you are also trying to play offensively, you maybe don't have somebody to save it a second time. And so that was an unfortunate place to be for Tres Hermanos, but DGM Gold looking pretty here with their 3 points in their pocket and continuing to hold on to an aggressive play style.
Something really unique between these two teams is that in a lot of high school and middle school Rocket League matches, you'll see one team dominate the other by playing almost exclusively in the air. Now, I've never seen a soccer player jump 8,000 feet in the air and dive a ball into the net, but it's a great strategy because it's so hard to defend against that. It's so tough to block a ball that's being spiked down up against you. But DGM Gold and Tres Hermanos, they're both playing extremely grounded. This does allow a lot more defense coming out from both sides, but these demos coming out from DGM Gold have been the biggest advantage of this team.
Yeah, and you got to see that 1 minute remaining up on the clock there. Tres Hermanos has a steep hill to climb to come back into this, especially since we're able to see that that ball is kind of lingering over by that orange side gold. They're going to try and get that away from them as fast as possible. But it's looking a little bit difficult. DGM continuing to keep that pressure on and playing a great passing game back and forth to be able to sink another goal.
Yeah, once again, the coordination from DGM has just been stellar, Becky. I'm really enjoying the different passes, the interplay between the different players. And Tres Hermanos, they've been doing a really good job with their defense in their positioning. It's just a matter of the timing and being there slightly too late at times. Kickoff, though, ends in a stalemate. Things are looking good for DGM with that follow-up.
Yeah, and this is another one of those moments, I kind of talk about it a lot as far as strategic gameplay goes. Once you're at a point where you're pretty sure that the match is lost, if you're Tres Hermanos, you're the orange side, you're like, okay, it's all right. It's a best of 3. You can count this as a learning experience. DJM is able to score another goal, but at this point, Tres Hermanos, like, the difference between losing by 1 point and 5 points, functionally the same. So at this point, it's going to be kind of a communication time for Tres Hermanos. Talking about how you're going to be going into match number 2.
And that's one of my favorite things about sports in general is watching adaptability in between different games. It doesn't matter which sport you're watching. If as long as it's not a best of 1, you're going to see teams adapt to each other's strategies going into that second and potentially even beyond games like that. Very important point that you made, Becky. We need to see that from Tres Hermanos going into this second round. They need to figure out how DGM have played and how to break it down effectively to beat it out. Ball is still in the air and the timer is 0. It ends when the ball hits the ground. Game number 1, very effectively going in DGM's favor.
As you mentioned, effectively going to the side of DGM Gold and the team from Millen. So that is going to be match number 1, 5-0. But as we mentioned, losing by 5 and losing by 1, functionally the same. Tres Hermanos will have a chance for rebuttal in match number 2 and the opportunity to bring us to a total of 3 matches if they're able to take the second one.
I mean, the prize pool's worth question is going to be, how do you adapt around DGM Gold? What's the strategy that you can bring out? What's the miracle solution, and that's what we could potentially see going into game number 2. Tres Hermanos, I think their defense looked really good. You highlighted it yourself. Like, I want to say like 30 seconds into the round, you know, the overall aggression, the way of getting the ball into DGM's goal wasn't there as much as we would have liked, but that's going to be the big source of adaptability. How do you get the ball into the goal?
I mean, and we're already seeing it on the start here. We got to see a lot more pressure coming in from Tres Hermanos and that ball over towards that blue side goal immediately at the start. A lot of these games ends up being a lot of tempo that happens within the first half of the match. How much of that is going to be kind of going back and forth, who's able to keep the pressure on, and once you really score that first goal and open up the floodgates, so to say.
Quite literally. Let's see, though, if the Beavers can open up the dam. It's going to be DGM Esports 11, the legendary player, Mr. 11, here to see if they can lead that ball to victory. Number 10's on the other side. It's a good way to have the long station passes, though. Look at Tres Hermanos' positioning, however. Everyone's triangulated but far away. Long-range passes could be the move. A demo in the way, though. A great save from Taco. Was able to save the day momentarily. Ball's back in neutral. Olive Garden 210. Fantastic names, by the way. Had the Balls lead for a second, but look at this. It's an open goal. It's saved just at the last second.
The back
Wait.
and forth is coming
Oh, no.
to the top of the grid, but unfortunately nobody's able to make that second jump up, and DGM across 3 back and forths there, finally able to sink it with that final little bump into the air.
Now, I'm no danceologist, Becky, but I think we call that a do-si-do. A little two-step pivot there to get that ball into the goal. Really, really good interplay from DGM. I've been really impressed with how well they're able to bounce off each other.
But that being said, also a great job from Tres Hermanos. The way that we're able to see them, again, make those adaptations from game number 1. When we were at this point in game number 1, there were already 2 goals on the side of DGM, and their defensive gameplay that we even saw in that 1 goal that DGM has right now was far superior to everything that we saw in the previous match. So there's already market improvement going into this second match.
I completely agree. I think Tres Hermanos are putting up a great fight in game number 2, but again, the issue still persists. How do you get the ball away from the goal? That's going to be,
a great
no, not
save.
a second for DGM.
Station 5 coming in.
All right. And Becky, you highlighted that too, right? Is that the defense is looking so good for the orange team, but this is the point that matters the most. DGM are like piranhas in the water. They instantly swarm the ball as soon as the ball goes away from Tres Hermanos' goal, not even allowing it to get near their half of the court.
Yeah, that ball is going back over towards the blue side, but DGM is going to try and immediately swing it back. A little bit of a post hit there. Unfortunately, it's not going to quite make it in, but Tres Hermanos trying to get the recovery in here. It looks like Taco Man going to have to go back and play that defensive player once again here.
The case of Sisyphus pulling up the boulder quite literally now for Tres Hermanos. It's only a 1-score difference, 2:20 left on the clock. Plenty of time. The ball could roll in. Tres Hermanos wasn't there on time, though. Perfectly fine. I like this positioning from Station 6. The setup off of Taco as well could be great, but the defense is open. Luckily, though, Tres Hermanos, their saves were looking good. But DGM found a hole in the barrier.
I was going to say, from downtown, you just see someone come in and swipe that right past those 2 players. 2 minutes left on the clock. DGM up 2 points, positioning themselves to take this first best-of-3 series in the Sweet 16.
Ooh. Something you don't see too often off of that kickoff is that Tres Hermanos had 2 different players hit the ball at once compared to the 1v1s we normally see. This gives Tres Hermanos so much extra advantages into this early fight. With the ball, it was in the DGM court. It was getting pressured out heavily, but it's right back to where we've seen it plenty of times before, though. The swarming has begun.
Yeah, a great little corner shot there. Thankfully, it does bounce back off. Tres Hermanos trying to get control again, but we've got 2 players from DGM Gold playing that defensive game and able to swipe that ball back and bring it right down towards the orange side of the field again. The pressure is on to the side of Tres Hermanos once again, but some air time spent to try and carry that ball as far back towards that blue side as possible.
And like you mentioned before, Becky, the goal line wasn't as steep as game number 1, but with a 3rd goal now in DGM's favor. There's 1:12 left on the clock. Remember, this is a best-of-3. This could potentially be the final game for Tres Hermanos. This could be their last chance.
Well, you say final game, but final game in this round.
Yes, in this specific one, yes.
Yeah, we do have a bracket-style gameplay, so players will continue to do some amount of gameplay throughout the day, and certainly we're sticking around when we're at the Peterson Automotive Museum as well.
Yeah, I want to go look at some cars. I mean, we have 6 awesome cars in the server already, but man, I'm gonna be floors.
Right. I'm gonna be walking through the museum trying to see which car looks the most like a Rocket League car.
Do you think Ben Stiller could be at this museum? You can see the cars come to life.
Yeah, and they'd be like cars from
Yes!
Pixar's Cars.
But Lightning McQueen is in this game.
All right, pressure once again towards this orange side of the map. 33 seconds and ticking down. DGM Gold really just have to play defense at this point. They don't even need to play aggressive. They can go for those demos. They can try and just keep Tres Hermanos at bay for as long as possible. But once again, shots coming in. Unfortunately, Tres Hermanos not able to sink that one. And with 15 seconds left on the clock, they would have to have a wings on the ball and their cars. But it certainly could be possible. 7 seconds ticking down. That airtime could be a little bit of a savior, but with the ball this far down the field towards this orange goal and sunk once again. 0 seconds left on the clock. I believe we'll go to a kickoff, but it won't go very far.
No, the ball hits the ground. It'll be over. I believe the kickoff will immediately end the game as soon as the ball's registered on the ground after this.
Oh,
Yep.
nope, doesn't even go to
DGM
kickoff.
Gold, 4 rounds. They looked fantastic through and through. I think DGM overall, though, as dominant as they were in that matchup, they did something pretty rare that we don't normally get to see in the middle school and high school championships, and that's just having a really good game of keep away. They got the goals they needed. They didn't overheat. They were like, yeah, we have a pretty good attack, but we can work on our defense too and just keep the ball away from ever being pressured towards us, and it was a really dominant showing.
Absolutely. I mean, we did get to see, as you mentioned, a lot of keep away. We got to see a lot of aggression coming through from their side as well. And a lot of the times when we're watching these matches, you think that it seems almost oppressive in a way when you watch people who are really aggressive. But you kind of also have to realize that if they play into another match that is equally as aggressive, it's going to be whoever's aggression pays off first. So I will be interested to see in future matches how that is going to play if they play against a team that is equally as aggressive as them.
Ooh. So we could have some storylines built up, some competition brewing, and it's hard to believe that we're only 1 game so far into the City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational. Now, the big question is going to be, what's going to be happening into the next matchup? We are going into the middle of a series, and we have DGM Silver. We just watched Gold, didn't we?
We did just watch Gold, so yeah, now we'll be watching DGM Silver versus the Goats, and we are in a series that is a 1-7. The Goats living up to their name with 7 scores on this one. We don't know where we are in this best of 3 in particular, but we do know that this match, 6 seconds left. Wow, they really said we're going into the middle of a match, and we are at the end of a match here. 1 second, and at that immediate 0 seconds, we're going in, and it looks like the Goats were the ones to take 2 matches in that best of 3 from that table 2, I believe there.
Wow, the Goats looked fantastic from all the gameplay we got to see. Great 2-0 for the Goats. But hey, City of STEM's Esports Middle School Invitational, you always get to see amazing, riveting gameplay like that. And as we go further into this bracket, we will be seeing more. But, Becky, I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the City of STEM? Like, what is it, right?
What is it? I mean, well, I know that STEM is science, technology,
well,
engineering. I wanted to say education. That's so many other things. All the other
It's all
acronyms that we have
education.
today, E is education, engineering, and mathematics.
Well, boy, do we have an answer for you. Becky, of course, already laid it out very fantastically, but we have more. It was created by the Columbia Memorial Space Center. The City of STEM is Los Angeles' largest celebration of science, technology, engineering, and math. It takes place in the entire month of April, which is, I think that's both of our birthdays, isn't it?
Close, I'm August. But
It's whatever. we came close. But now it's in its 12th year.
Wow.
The STEM-themed community events from 250 City of STEM partners highlight the ongoing importance of STEM that is in the Los Angeles region. Very important.
Very important and very cool. We were looking at some of our talking points as well, and one of them says that 70% of middle and high school students who consider themselves gamers or players of esports go into a STEM field in college. That's a crazy high percentage.
That's wild. And then there's that, 30% that go into art degrees. So, I think it's both of us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I did start off with a biology degree and then made a switch. So.
I didn't. That's cool, though.
You get to learn more about me every time we work together.
The Becky lore always continues. But what also does continue are the games. We are going to be going to a short break when we get our lobby set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the City of STEM, everybody. We are back once again. We already saw quite a few games to dominate the first Group A bracket of this amazing tournament. Of course, my name is Max, and I'm joined, and I'm joined by Becky. And look, if you're new to esports, if you're new to sports in general, there's bracketing is always kind of weird. It's always kind of complex to explain. Luckily for us, though, we have our, well, I was going to show off Becky being the resident bracketologist, but hey, look, the bracket's already here.
Yeah, as you can see, this is going to be our Group A bracket. Now, those four teams, that we got to see play in that first round, there were 6 total teams who were playing up on our stage. We got to see a total of 4 of them. Those are going to be the players who are now in that middle section. So we got to see DGM Gold take it down 2-0. We got to see the GOATs finish their game off 2-0. And then off screen, we got to see Spartan DNA take on DGM Black. So those players are moving on into the semi-finals, the top 8, if you will. And we are going to be figuring out who is going to be playing against Spartan DNA. So we will be watching at the start of this round the finishing off Group A of Falcon Strikers from Thomas Edison versus Jefferson. But I'm sure you're wondering, hey, I'm here to see somebody from this other school, and I don't see their name up here. Let's take a look at the Group B bracket. So now we're going to be able to see from these the rest of the teams that are playing. So you know that there is our main championship table, and then there are all of these other tables. So we're starting in on Group B on these other tables, and our next Sweet 16 round that will be after this one when we cycle in players is going to be finishing off this Group B bracket. So we will probably be able to catch the tail end of one of those matches that is happening off camera, but the rest of the teams are starting to play. Now, and also to answer another question, if you're like, where are these teams going to end up meeting? Once we see the final winner on that final little tick, the winners of Group A and Group B will then fight against each other in the finals match before we go to lunch.
It's going to be a heck of a journey to get there, though, Becky. We're going in Falcon Strikers versus Jefferson to see who can win this best of 3 to make it out of the Sweet 16 round 1. And Jefferson, a very striking opening strike.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we talked about aggression, and maybe I hadn't seen aggression yet on the day. I always speak too soon when it comes to these things, you know?
And John Pork, the one to set things off. Always a good start.
Ooh, a lot of collisions to start things off there. We don't normally see that many people go for the ball, but as you got to see, it got to just be a little bit of air time, and then it's kind of just a little bit of a wait and see where the chips may fall, if you will.
Well, I mean, Pork rinds are a kind of chip, and we'll have to wait and see what John Pork can do here. Ball, very aggressive control early on. The Falcon Strikers, though, are not sleeping in the process. However, they're directly on the ball. Jefferson is swarming around, however, and it's going to make things more difficult for Falcon Strikers. This could be their chance, but we're a big fan of John Pork, it seems, and we're going to be looking to see whether or not Falcon Strikers can maybe have a second gold up against them.
Yeah, some good rebuttals coming in from Falcon Strikers this time around, and as I mentioned, that is going to be the school of Thomas Edison on that blue side. So they're trying to get as much action as they can, but unfortunately the side of Jefferson really using that air time to their advantage and being able to kind of just run away with the ball at the start of this match.
Yeah, it was an open goal for Falcon Strikers. Unfortunately, no one around to defend it. They were so focused inside of mid, possibly on demos, or colliding with the rest of Jefferson to ensure the ball should not go in. That it was just one lone player that was able to squeak away and get a nice, easy goal to go on in. 2-0 now for Jefferson. 3 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, and continuing to tick down. This is the chance now. A now or never moment for Falcon Strikers to maybe even things up before things start to get out of control.
Ooh, a little bit of a bump up, trying to wait for a little bit of support from the rest of the team there, just trying to like kind of spend some time, getting a little bit of a buffer. Unfortunately, when you are down 2 points, kind of spending that time to get that buffer could go poorly, but I like that we're trying to do a little bit of trouble in pairs action here for both of these teams. There's a lot of kind of doubling up on the ball and making sure that it's more difficult for an opponent to take control of it, but it is working much better for Jefferson as we see them sink another goal.
The power brain rot strikes again. 3-0 now for Jefferson. Jung Pork does it again. Really great job riding the wall, performing a doomsday in the process to get an easy goal. Unfortunately, though, using that kind of back wall potential just off of the backboard does make things a lot harder to defend for a team like Falcon Strikers. They've been doing a great job with their ground and control, but as soon as you start approaching from that left or right side, there's so many more opportunities to bypass the defense.
Yeah, and we got to see some pressure put on towards that orange goal, which would be good news for the Falcon Strikers, but unfortunately, they're just not able to keep it over towards that side of the pitch. They're trying to get the attention back over towards that side, but Jefferson doing a really great job of just continuing to push against it, trying to keep this up against those goalposts. And Falcon Strikers trying to come in and get some airtime that works in their favor, trying to go for that pass, and it gets it towards the orange side of the field, but unfortunately, it's just going to go right back into the hands of Jefferson after that.
Ball is trailing around. Jefferson are on the case. Falcon Strikers playing a pure defensive motion now. Monkey looking to collide toe-to-toe directly in front of Jefferson. The ball barely hitting the backboard. That could have been just enough, but unfortunately it wasn't. Falcon Strikers, a fourth goal, almost nearly against them. They were able to save it just in time. Pressure's out now. An opportunity. Falcon Strikers, open goal once more. The defense is absent.
All right, Jefferson sinking it into that blue goal once again. This is what I was talking about when we were watching that first match as well. Once you're in on the back foot, when you're the person who is sitting at zero, you're trying to play both defense and offense at the same time. And sometimes that means you send all your players towards the offensive side of the pitch, and all of a sudden your goal is open. The moment everything starts to go wrong, it goes terribly wrong. So you just have to be really careful about when you're going for that kind of trouble and terror strategy that I was mentioning, making sure that it doesn't leave you completely open if something were to go wrong.
But Becky, there's a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. Falcon Strikers, there should be enough time for them to even things up and get a fourth goal, but when 4 turns to 5, the number line just keeps growing longer and longer.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to see Jefferson kind of looking very dominating in this first match. But as we mentioned in our matches before as well, that does not mean all is over. All of these matches are, of course, going to be best of 3. So while it feels rough for this remaining 1 minute and 30 seconds, again, it's kind of a little bit of a mental check-in moment for the players typically. It's going to be the time where they're going to kind of dissect, how did we lose that early aggression? How did we kind of get our defensive mistakes taken advantage of? And how can we go into the next match in this best of 3 stronger and better for it?
We've seen some pretty dominant games so far in the opening of these brackets. We saw the GOATs go 7-1 in their last game just before our break. And we had seen, I believe, a 5-0 in our first game of the day with DGM Gold. We are seeing a lot of teams do an incredible job. But, of course, like Alan said at the top of the show, there's a reason why all these teams have been here. They have been the best in their regions. It's just a matter now of seeing who can survive amongst even that small allotment of teams. Jefferson doing a fantastic job for game number 1, but as you said, Becky, adaptability is the name of the game. It is the secret sauce to not just esports, but also just life in general, schooling, learning how to adapt around your teammates and your class is all the same. With 30 seconds left though, Becky, things are a big game of keep away once again. Jefferson, they've been able to maintain the presence of the ball. Falcon Strikers, while they are more aggressive, they have not been able to find the same pressure needed to get a goal against Jefferson.
And I mean, I think that the remaining kind of minute when you're for the side of Falcon Strikers, you're down 0-6. We're kind of doing exactly what we're seeing them doing, where it's kind of actually building muscle memory for the next game. It's trying to figure out, okay, while we're all stuck in this game for the remaining minute, let's see if we can figure out how you play. They got really close to making that goal, and hopefully that's going to be them figuring out where they can play aggressive, where they can see how Jefferson goes for defensive strategies so that they have more information for game number 2.
Really enjoyed how we saw Jefferson play out. John Pork was the flashiest player, but it was actually Orange Scales that get the most amount of goals. He was really good about those swipes at the very end of each and every single goal in Jefferson's favor. Really now, if I'm Falcons, I'm focusing on demos going into game number 2. I want to I just want to torture them essentially, make it miserable for them in the game number 2.
I think that that's a great idea. Doing something that is going to set them back. I mean, we use the term aggression a lot, but I think that using demos to your advantage is a great way to kind of relieve some of that aggression. Maybe going for demos on the specific star player that was the one scoring all the goals, just being like, hey, if you are taken out of the game for 3 seconds, but we're taking somebody out of our game, but if you're the person who is scoring all those goals, it's better for us to remove your star player for 3 seconds and maybe just try to relieve some of that pressure.
And 3 seconds may not seem like a lot of time, but when it amounts over and over and over and over, believe it or not, over and over and over and over and over again, it does add up to quite a bit of time. That needs to be the goal that Falcon Strikers need to accomplish going into game number 2. And as such, we are starting off with our kickoff for game number 2. Good kickoff in Falcon's favor. Immediate pressure now against Jefferson. Is this the opportunity? No, it's an easy ball layup through John Pork to get back into the back line of Falcon Strikers for a very easy goal.
Yeah, goal coming in strong there. Unfortunately, that defensive player hanging out towards the goal just a little bit too far back. You're going to be able to see hits it, but just wasn't far forward enough for that to go back onto the green. So Jefferson starting off a quick 12-second goal to start this one off, but not too far back. Falcon Strikers are still within grabbing reach of this match.
I like the kickoff from Falcon Strikers. They had so much dominance there early on, and it was stolen away. Even now, Jefferson, they're putting that ball right up against the Falcon Strikers court. There's a good opportunity now once again for full ball dominance in Falcon Strikers control to send it all the way into the court back over. A great steal against the one and only John Pork. To maybe send that ball back into the Jefferson's goal line. But once more, pushing up a little too much.
Good
John
save.
Pork couldn't find the steal. A great save.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for a second there, the moment that there wasn't anybody to receive that pass, but thankfully we did get to see somebody from Falcon Strikers come in and make sure that that didn't go into their goal. Going to try and do the same thing again here, get a little bit of airtime so that goes above the goal, but this going into the hands of these orange players, the passes back and forth to take the chance for a steal away, and the teamwork coming through for Jefferson to make that one happen was just, very nicely done.
The coordination and the structure of Jefferson is absolutely sound. We see John Pork and Orange Scale being the 1-2 punch factors to get that ball into the court. And of course, Mikester will be the dedicated defensive anchor that has been there to make sure that there's always a presence near their own goal line. John Pork once again goes in fast, goes in with the heat, and unfortunately is not able to find the goal yet again. We are just a few seconds now into game number 2. Falcon Strikers, this could be their chance. It's not stolen away up until now from John Pork, but Pete, can Peter do it? He just needs one proper angle.
Really just trying to hold on and wait for those passes to come through. The orange team, Jefferson playing like sharks, just waiting for blood in the water, AKA a pass that is unreceived, and then just using that to take control. Defense on the blue side trying really hard to keep this away from their goal, but once again, the back and forth between the orange side players looking a little bit too strong. Little back up and sink coming in there, as you're able to see from the replay. I gotta call out a little bit that I was talking about, okay, maybe we do go for those demos, you brought that up, and then that might be a way for them to kind of stop the aggression. But now Jefferson is kind of like, they're playing a little bit of a game of chess. You take one piece, we take one piece, you take one piece, we take one piece. And Jefferson is able to kind of be like, okay, we don't need one star player. We're able to go for these passes back and forth, even passes that we're knocking it off the wall. We're using geometry here to get the ball into the enemy's goal.
John Pork has truly been a bishop in this chess match. Mikester, a player that we haven't seen a whole lot of so far, has been more of the back lines for the anchor. Did have some selection of helping out Orange Scales get that ball towards the goal, and it goes in yet again.
As you talk about the silent player, we get to see Orange Scales come in for the
Another
setup
doozy.
and then get synced by Mikester. This is, again, just the setup, the teamwork that I feel like we were kind of seeing star players a lot in match number 1. We were seeing a lot of solo plays, but now Jefferson are coming in and showing off a great style of teamwork.
I think it's so interesting that every game we've seen so far, Becky, there still hasn't been a lot of aerial play. It's been mostly groundwork. The footwork from Jefferson probably has been the best we've seen so far on stream. It's going to be really interesting to see which of these teams that go out of the two brackets will take advantage of the most of aerial play, because I think that'll be the winning team of the entire tournament.
I'm kind of with you, and I think that the lack of aerial play is also kind of why we're not seeing as many demos as we're maybe normally used to, because to get a lot of that airtime, you're trying to go for a lot of those boosts that are on the ground, and that leads to demos. And of course we said that, and there was immediately a demo on screen.
We call that the caster's curse. You don't see that in sports too often.
I think you do every once in a while.
Oh, I forgot. Famously, Pele getting caster cursed.
All right,
Hey.
Falcon Strikers. They took a page out of Jefferson's book there. They were like, you missed this pass? It's mine now. Here we go.
Yeah.
Nice little swipe and strike.
And that goes exactly with Meister being much more activated into this matchup. You're already up, well, at 1.6 rounds. Meister playing less of a defensive goalie does get punished for the fact Falcon Strikers found a great opportunity to see that Jefferson was tunnel visioning, and in a split-second decision decided to train the ball all the way into Jefferson's court and get their first goal. Now with 2 minutes left, there is a huge opportunity for this team to do that 5 times back over. It's far easier said than done, but it's certainly a possibility. Falcon Strikers, though, they can't allow this ball to go in, and it does! A 7th for Jefferson.
Oh, a rough one. I mean, you saw it was so close. Orange Scales had to hit the bump in reverse there to get it back in. Tried to go for that knockout the moment that we hit that airtime, but unfortunately it crossed the line. More than half that ball went into that goal, and Jefferson are sitting at 7 points. And I believe 7 points is the most that we've seen so far today. We also got to see the Goats have 7 points, so new record on the day. To go with John Pork, 888, 8 points.
Yeah. That's where the 4th 8 went.
And a minute 40 is still on the clock here, but Jefferson not letting up on their aggression, on their pressure, still coming into every single one of these kickoffs with that same tenacity.
And Falcon Strikers have been winning kickoff. They've been getting really good demos out. Orange Scale once again punished heavily with the demo. Falcon Strikers, they have their order of operations out. They know what the formula needs to be, but executing the formula again, making sure that the demo goes out. You have a player advantage for just a few seconds. You go and send that ball back over. It's taking the ball away from their backboard that has been the big struggle.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of like one of the hardest parts to master in the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're doing the easy job. We're just talking about the game. Them actually playing it is far more challenging than what we're talking about.
Oh no, as long as we're recognizing it, you know?
Sure, yeah.
John Pork controlled the ball once again. You mentioned trying to use that airtime to really make it that much more of an impressive control of the ball, and we're starting to see that a little bit here. Falcon Strikers, 1 minute remaining for them to try and claw back in. It would take 1 goal every 4 seconds.
Okay, good math. I could not do that in a million years. That's why we have STEM now.
It's wrong, but it's mostly correct. Considering that you're accounting for some of the airtime that has to go into all of those, it would roughly be 1 every 5. And as it's ticking down, of course, that is narrowing and narrowing. The graph is becoming that much more insurmountable for Falcon Strikers to come back from.
Yeah, this is game number 2 of a best of 3. Falcon Strikers, they would have to get 9 goals in the next 30 seconds. It's not looking likely. I do like the triple kickoff, though, from Falcon Strikers. It sends the ball way off to a faraway land. Does get recaptured by Meister.
This is one of those situations also where it's like, maybe we just have a good time.
Yeah,
have a little disco party.
Yeah, I like the disco party. I haven't seen that goal ending result screen yet.
Oh, I've been all excited to see all the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cosmetics, too.
We saw one of them. We saw one.
Yeah, somebody's got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles car in this game. I believe it's somebody on Falcon Strikers, so they get points for that.
Yeah, I know. That's awesome. Make it 11-11 for that alone. That being said, though, 18 seconds left. Very curious to see how this bracket shakes up. We're getting farther and farther into it, and of course, though, like you mentioned, the two winners of each bracket will face each other in a best-of-5 grand finals. It won't be the best of 3. There'll be more opportunities to not only just see more gameplay from these amazing teams of people coming out today, but also a chance to maybe have a series that goes to the maximum of 5 games.
Absolutely. Speaking of that, you get to see that this is a best of 3. Jefferson are taking it down 2-0. And as you mentioned, we will go into best of 5s once we are into the top 4. So we'll continue to see best of 3s throughout most of this bracket today. But for now, we're sticking to this and then going into best of 5s. So that does also mean that we will be seeing Jefferson, who are going up against Spartan Blood, in the next round of this tournament. And we're going to start getting into some top 8
Scary
action.
territory. Very scary territory. Let's see how the brackets are shaking up right now, though, because I want to see who goes up against who. I know you mentioned that we do have Spartan DNA going to the next matchup, but I want to see, like, okay, where did everything else shake up? Because more games are playing outside of the ones that we're commentating right now, so I would like to see any updates if they are available. And see where we're going to be heading into, as I believe we might be going to a small break.
Yeah, it kind of seems that way. We do have one other team that seems to still be playing, so we might be able to pull that up for you as well. But let's just kind of talk about the game of Rocket League.
Yeah, I've heard of that game.
While we try and find ourselves with eyes on this final match. We kind of have seen a lot of dominating matches so far. So kind of walk me through what it looks like a little bit more on average.
Well, you don't walk in Rocket League. I'll drive you through. But
all right.
You'll have to repeat the question, though. I'm so focused on that pun.
No, it's okay. It was a good pun, so I will kind of...
All my brain power went to
I'll be
that.
with you on it. It sounds like all of the lobbies are finished. We will be going to a short break, but if you're wondering how that bracket did shake out, I mean, we're curious too, so we have to imagine that you're all curious to see how your teams were doing. We will be going to that when we return from this break, so stick around, hang out, maybe go see some of the really cool cars
Go look
here.
at a car, dude.
But we will be right back with that information for you after this break. I bet y'all are wondering, where did those commentators go? Well, wonder no longer. We are back, and we are in this Walter Dexter versus Palms match. Orange side is going to be trying to sink it into that blue goal a few more times, but in the meantime, they are keeping up their 1-point lead.
Exactly, 1-point lead, 1-game lead over Walter Dexter right now. Palms, pretty good position, a slower game than we've seen previously so far this tournament, but there is an opportunity though for the ramp right up immediately. This ball is toying with fate itself as it goes near Palms' goal line, but a quick demo does lead to an advantage back to Palms once again to put that pressure on to Walter Dexter.
So far, so good. Palms kind of just playing what I'm very used to seeing in typical games of Rocket League, where 1 point, again, 1 point is all you need to be to win. So at that point, you can just go into a defensive mindset. You can just go into a control mindset. You don't need to worry about having to do anything too fancy. You just have to worry about kind of keeping enough control over the ball that it doesn't go into your goal and we don't go back to an even board state where it's just a fight for parity once again. But if you're able to get a nice little bounce right into the goal to follow it up as well, if you're Palms in that orange side, you will certainly take it.
Not a lot of leverage that Palms have in their favor though, but 2 rounds could be just enough for safety to begin to form. 2 minutes and 53 seconds as we head to our next kickoff. It's going to be up to Walter Dexter to see if they can win said kickoff, and unfortunately they do not. Wrong Stoat's in a good spot though. Maybe save the ball from the inevitable. He is. But the follow-up though from Lean is in a great spot that potentially doomsy the ball all the way to the backboard for a goal.
Ooh, good little back and forth there, trying to play that defensive game as possible. Unfortunately, that shot from the orange side does go post, so it is going to just be a little bit of back and forth, a little bit of the blue side trying to take control of that ball again, but unfortunately a lot of those passes are going unreceived.
We'll have to wait and see what the response from Walter Dexter will be. Lean's in a great spot. A continuous amounting. Unfortunately, it's still not enough.
Playing a lot of back and forth here. This is one of those places where I would like to see the Walter Dexter players do a little bit more of one player aggressively getting in there and just kind of trying to break that tension up a little bit. When you're sitting there and like watching the team kind of pass back and forth on the wall, that's just the other team, the orange side of Palms, just trying to stall for time. They're ahead right now, and sometimes you've got to, at this point, make a little bit of a risky play to just at least, again, break that tension, send things into a little bit of chaos once again. Timely demo to come through there, though.
Yeah, that was such a great set strat from Palms. They brought the demo out on the anchor for Walter Dexter. They attempted to bring the ball in. Unfortunately, it was just a little too tall of a hike for the ball to hit the top of the backboard and did not go in to convert that third goal. But the idea was out there for Palms, and I think this might be some of the most strategic setups we've seen from any team in any of these tournaments so far.
Very true. I mean, a quick jump down the match, trying to play that defensive as much as possible. Unfortunately, that second shot for defense doesn't work out, and Walter Dexter find themselves with a point on the map. 1-2 now, a minute still left on the board. It's still anyone's game. Walter Dexter, as you mentioned, we just need to see one more point come through and then we would go into overtime, something that we haven't seen so far today, but would be really juicy.
As we go farther into this tournament, seeing an overtime gets more and more likely. The Kid Ghost, a great attempted punt of the ball to the backboard of Walter, but unfortunately just not enough. Another score, though, for the favor of Palms. Walter Dexter now down by 2 points. 50 seconds are left. We'll have to wait and see, as I believe this is the last game we have of the Sweet 16 Round 1 group stage. See who can fill out and to go in the top 8.
Absolutely. You said it. Just waiting to see who's going to be taking those final seats into furthering themselves in this tournament. And 50 seconds left on the clock. 1 goal per 20 seconds is what Walter Dexter needs to stay into this match. But with a lot of this pressure coming in towards the Palm side, it's becoming that much more difficult to get things situated for them.
The Kid Ghost, what can you do to set things up? Not a whole lot just yet. Ball is stuck in neutral, 15 seconds are left. Palms, there's a lot of things that could be done to keep this ball away, but a demo's a good way to start things off if you're Walter Dexter. 5 seconds are left. Could have been the chance to bring things 2 and 3, but all but over now. Palms filling out our Sweet 16. They move on to the top 8.
Very nicely done from Palms. Good control that we were able to see through the final parts of that match, but actually quite a close game from what we were able to see. Sure, we were only kind of catching the tail end of that match, but still being able to see quite a bit of strength from the few remaining teams that we saw in this Sweet 16.
I think what Palms did was really interesting. They've been the only team so far that we've seen really have specific formations for their players about how they want to send the ball into a goal. We saw one player stop directly right in front of the goal on the midfield line. They had a player pass the ball to them specifically and then launch it from the midfield. That's something you see at the pro level of this game.
Absolutely. I mean, passing and teamwork is kind of the name of this game.
Oh, yeah.
Much like in actual soccer. And you start to see how much more it kind of matters when you only have 3 players. But, I mean, if you had many more, it would start to get to a really crowded field.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see the players still learning something that is, and using something that is such an important aspect of this game.
Absolutely. And as we continue into this amazing tournament, we do have a quick word from our man himself, the one who made this all possible, Alan Zach. Well, we can't always be right, especially me. Some say I'm the most wrong human being alive. Who would have thought? But this upcoming matchup will be the last round of the top 16, not the last one we just saw. It happens.
And it sounds like we will be watching Dexter on the blue side versus Canoga Park on the orange side. Personally, I kind of always root for the orange side, so
What?
I guess by default that has to make you root for the blue side.
Well, why, Becky?
I wonder
what makes
why.
you want to go? Oh, it's a mystery to everybody. Someday we'll figure it out. I guess that means I just have to be a blue side enjoyer for the day. All I'm saying is that the City of STEM Middle School Invitational branding is mostly blue, and the orangeness of you does contrast very well. But that is the colors of Rocket League. I just realized that. Huh.
It's almost like we planned it.
You're a living Rocket League yourself.
Yep, absolutely. And the back and forth that we're seeing from the Rocket League on our screen is...
How do we pronounce that name?
It's just smiley face.
Skibidi Twinkles, that's easy. go back to the other player. I have no what.
I mean, I'm always so, like, this is kind of the most fun part of a lot of our job is finding all the fun names that people bring into the match. But speaking of fun names, going with something as simple as Station 5 to be the first one to sink a goal in this match and sinking it for Canoga Park.
I think that means so far in this tournament we have a player named Station 5, and I believe we have a Station 6 looming about somewhere as well. I want to see the Station matchup.
We also have a team that's just called Team 3 and Team 4.
Ah, yeah, my favorite teams.
So yeah, we've got a lot of fun and creative team names that are in here. But speaking of being creative, Canoga Park wasting no time and also finding some creative angles here.
Yeah, I really like this angle coming out now. Again, the having the 2-1 structure of 2 players really taking that ball and bringing it to the attacking side, to the enemy goal line while having one anchor seems to be the meta that's developing a lot for the middle school teams. A near open goal Dex is setting up for the ball to be returned back to the midfield. CPM does stop it in its tracks, and the media demo does follow. But once more, open goal. This should be an easy time for Ryan, but his angling was just not in the right spot.
Yeah, that was a little bit rough because we saw somebody coming in hot from that blue side. It was kind of a now or never moment, and sometimes that little bit of haste that gets added to your actions means that you're not exactly lining up things as you would like. I mean, you can't always have all the time in the world to make sure that you line it up just right.
I mean, have you tried reversing a real car? It is never going to go the way you want it to.
I mean, it gets really easy now with backup cameras, but the players in our match, I don't think any of these cars
Yeah, they don't
have
get backup cameras. They don't even have dash cams.
I mean, maybe they should for the amount of demolitions that are happening. You gotta have it for
Well,
those
that's LA
insurance
for you.
purposes. Blue side trying to get these passes to go their way, and unfortunately, it's just not quite making it. But from downtown, a sick air coming in, and Ryan with that setup from Station 5 gets another one into that goal for Connecticut Park.
You want to talk about LA driving? That's how I got here. Great goal from CPM. Wonderful to see. That might be the flashiest goal we've seen so far, not just in this tournament, but the entirety of all the City of STEM esports events that we've seen so far. Dex, though, big shoulders to stand on being down 0-3. It is the first game of this best of 3. However, it is the last game, or the last series, I should say, to round out the Sweet 16 to see who will make it to the top 8. Great demos coming out from the player that shall not be named. Can they keep this momentum forwards with less than 2 minutes left on the clock?
I was going to say, yeah, that was a very timely demo that allowed for that blue side to take control back of the ball, and they're looking to find as much control of that as possible, considering that they are down 0-3 with a minute 40 left on the clock. That is a lot of pressure to have on the shoulders of those Walter Dexter players.
Oh, but things continue on forwards, though. The Avalanche erupts. A minute 30 are left now, and it seems Walter Dexter again looking to find these set strats to prepare themselves for the angling of the ball. Really good geometric work, which again you do learn in your math class, has gone well for Walter Dexter. Station 5 has been looming, however, waiting for the right time to swipe that ball away from Canoga. But Walter Dexter, despite not having any goals, they themselves have been doing a great job keeping the ball away from Canoga until Station 5 is like, okay, I found the right opportunity.
I mean, I have to bounce off of what you just said because I think it's so accurate. And I think that we've seen a lot of matches that are kind of like that today, where even though you're looking at that score and you're like, oh, Walter Dexter are so behind, when you're actually breaking it down and watching what is happening in between every single one of those goals, a lot of it is very good back and forth, very even back and forth. Unfortunately, not having enough time for that little smiley-faced player to get into that goal and push that ball back out. We're going back to if you don't have enough time to get those angles, it really hurts your team.
Yeah, and to bounce off of you bouncing off my original point, it's no, I completely agree. A lot of bouncing. It's like the ball in Rocket League, a lot of bouncing. But the look at the scoreline and only the scoreline in this game can be super deceiving because Walter Dexter is playing on the same exact level and the same exact tenacity as Canoga Park. It's just that Canoga is able to find these very split-second moments where Walter Dexter's defense is open and they swipe that ball into the goal. And that's the entirety of what defines this game.
I mean, that's a lot of what defines a lot of esports, is being able to make those split-second decisions or having enough knowledge about the game, about the situation, about your surroundings to be able to make those decisions when it counts, which is such a valuable skill to know in all parts
Absolutely.
of life.
10 seconds are left now.
Oh,
the ball once more might go in! Like, how do you account for that?
Yeah, that's so rough. I mean, in this replay, we get to see two players trying to make that jump to push the ball away from the trajectory of the goal, but it sinks right at that corner post.
Woo. 8 seconds left now. This game all but over. Canoga Park looking dominant going into game number 2. And like we've said plenty of times before now, for this second game for the team that does not win the first, what do you do to adapt around it? I think the solution this time, Becky's really tough. I don't think there's a singular call to make other than just keep an eye on the defense more. Walter Dexter's done a great job keeping the ball away. It's literally just two players who have been able to guide the ball in with a little tap to find a goal.
Absolutely true, and we are going to see I believe Canoga Park is actually going to be the ones who take that one down. We might have moved them onto here. We will get confirmation here in just a moment. We might be seeing more from these players. They might completed with their match, and we just wanted to get something up on the TVs for y'all to watch.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, very close match from those players. Again, the scoreline doesn't always tell the whole tale of a
It never
match.
does.
It never does. Not in any game.
Yeah, I mean, look, in our esports journeys, we've seen plenty of teams where it's like a very even matchup, but again, it could be just a road play from any player that just decimates everybody, and it's such an outlier that can make the scoreline so much more different. We are still waiting to see what the confirmation will be for a potential second game in the Sweet 16 series. I would like to see more from Canoga Park. And
All
hey,
right,
what do
and
you
we
know?
do.
My wish has been granted.
Oh, speaking of wanting to see more from Canoga Park, did you want to see more goals from Canoga Park?
You know, I was in the mood. My stomach is still pretty empty, but it's slowly filling me up.
And I mean, this is one of those places we were kind of hoping to maybe see Walter Dexter start to get breaking into it, but unfortunately, so far in this match, not really able to make it quite yet, but we are still early into it, only 20 seconds off of the clock, and Walter Dexter on the orange side of the field trying to keep that pressure, but we do get to see this smiley face named player kind of doing a little loop-de-loos, little jumps.
Loop-de-loop. Is that what we can call him now? Just
Yeah, that's the
loop-de-loop?
technical term.
Oh, yes. Can we dub him as loop-de-loop?
Sure.
So he's not just boxy umlaut guy?
Box, smiley face.
Box, smiley face symbol.
Collisions coming back and forth between all of these players trying to take control of the ball. Pressure is over towards this blue side, which would look good for the side of Canoga Park, but it looks like those blue side defensive players are making strides to push it back over towards that orange side.
CPM Ryan has been one of the flashier players that we've seen so far this tournament. Him and Station 5 have been stalwart in ensuring that these goals can go down. CPM Ryan, though, is very specific. He likes to go for angles. It's, I'm calling him Loopy. Loop-de-loop is very good about just going for the row hits, and he does it again!
We got it. Okay, we got to give some applause to our lovely
Loop-de-loop.
observers, because they knew exactly who to watch and who was going to sink this goal and gave us the best shot for that shot.
Cinematographic.
Sure, that works for me.
Sure, one of the terms.
We got to go to the Academy Museum after
That's
this.
right. That's right next door. I saw that when we were driving over. All right, Lux, what can we do here? A little bouncy bounce. A third for Canoga Park. Stepping stones for the ball to get in. And that was with a double defense too. Skippity Twinkle was ready for it. With just a slight jump too late. Dex, unfortunately, the same. Canoga Park's timing has been scary, to say the very least.
Absolutely. I feel like I'm also looking at some of the cars in this match in particular, and I'm like, I think I saw some of those in the museum as we were walking through.
You're right.
I
mean,
wish we could have gotten a giant inflatable ball that looks like Rocket.
I'm surprised they don't just have a giant Rocket League car. In this
They
museum.
would probably get really upset with us if I tried to bring a Rocket League ball and bounce it off the museum. Don't
Especially the
recommend
one
doing
when you
that.
first walk in and it's like the silver
Oh,
2011.
the like futuristic looking
yeah.
one.
I want to drive that one. I was so afraid driving into the parking garage because I'm like, I know I'm going to hit one of these cars.
I mean, when we're talking about like jobs that exist within esports and jobs that can come out of this, you can get anything from like art to like being a part of the licensing team. I mean, Rocket League has a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles collaboration right now. And so there are truly so many ways that you can, as a student growing up, find a way to work yourself into a job within esports, within STEM, and even beyond.
If there's anything that we've learned through our esports journey is that you could have any potential to apply the skills that you have at any degree into esports and find yourself a pretty good career out of it. Skibbity Twinkle, all the same, however, a great demo on the board. With 2 minutes are left on the clock, Loop-de-Loop may have the chance to do the impossible yet again. Dex does stop Loop-de-Loop in their...
Ooh, speaking
Whoa,
of, yeah,
whoa,
in there.
what was
tracks,
that?
Maybe? Speaking of loop-de-loops.
He just defied gravity real quick. I don't know what happened there. I haven't seen that one yet. But
Ooh.
this is an open goal.
Oh.
Walter Dexter tunnel vision, but Ryan, no! This could be a miracle for Walter Dexter. Up high in the air. The elevation is out. The ball in no man's land. A potential doomsy could be applied on Walter Dexter's side, but Canoga Park, they stop themselves. Is this an open goal against Canoga Park? No. Loop-de-loop stops it in its tracks.
Yeah, and able to at least buy a little bit of time for the rest of the team to get over towards that goal. Go for a little bit of a recovery here, but T-Lux trying to keep that pressure on as long as possible. The setup comes through. It's in the corner. It bounces out. Not going to be another score for Canoga Park, and instead it goes back into those orange players' hands to try and move back towards Walter Dexter's side of the board.
Ryan, what can you do? Off the backboard once again. 1 minute or left. Canoga Park looking great going into the final minute of this potential game one. Matter of seeing.
Yeah, a lot of open air, a lot of dead space happening with this ball here, and we're trying to see where these collisions are going to start to really come through. Loop-de-loop. Again, Canoga Park, the orange side, anytime you see them, they're kind of just trying to buy time, and if they can find within that time some time to get a goal, they might as well take it. But they are in control of this match, and every time you see one of those players do a little bit of a bump, a little bit of a loop, a little bit of a
loop-de-loop,
a little bit of a knocking the ball in the air and just trying to have it hang with as much airtime as possible. That's just a way of controlling the match, of controlling the tempo of the game, because they do have such an advantage right now.
So nice to see Canoga Park. Really fantastic showcasing coming out here. This is game 2. 30 seconds left. Canoga Park at this pace, looking to round out once and for all our Sweet 16 round 1 roster. We'll be able to go in the top 8 and see how things are going to look. The level of competition going to the top 8 is going to be absolutely scary. We've seen a lot of dominant teams in the round 16. That's going to be less and less the case as we go farther into this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised in top 8 if every game goes into overtime.
I kind of would expect to see a little bit of that as well. 3 seconds left. We almost saw a score come through for the Walter Dexter side, but unfortunately a demolition was what stopped it. 0 seconds left on the clock. 6 points for Canoga Park. It really depends on the milliseconds whether we get to see a kickoff in quotations or not.
A fantastic ending for Canoga Park. Huge to see. That's going to be our round 16. I'm excited for round 8. This is going to be good.
I'm very in to see what round 8 is going to be looking like. I mean, we got to see, again, as you mentioned, some very kind of dominant matches. We got to see a lot of aggression. So I think that it's more fun when you get to see players just being really aggressive, trying to get their warm-ups situated. And I think that once we go into that top 8, we're going to get some juicy matches.
It's going to get very, very scary farther and farther as we go into it. But guess what? We have to work on top 8. We have to get all the lobbies together, find out what the bracket's going to look like, and all the sweet, amazing stuff that makes the City of STEM's Esports Middle School Invitational exactly what it is. The best around. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a small break, and we'll be right back. did you take the lollipop?
I didn't take the lollipop. You gotta come over here. We're friends.
I'm not friends with the lollipop stealer.
I can't believe you accused me of this.
Accused? I know my facts.
Keg is an actor. Can you tell?
Sure.
All right, back to the matter that is at hand. We will be going into our Elite 8 matches, starting off with the first 4 teams that you can see up on the stage here, and we will be watching the match of Spartan DNA versus Jeff.
That's right. Look at this, our beautiful graphic that we have for the ending of this first group. Now, Becky, as our resident bracketologist, as we head over to Group B, what can we expect to see now that we're out of top 16 and we head over to top 8?
Something that I think is kind of interesting at the top of Group A is that we're going to see DGM Gold from Millen fighting against the Goats, and the Goats beat DGM Silver. So there's a little bit of a chance for DGM Gold to come and get vengeance for Millen against the Goats here. So that's kind of a fun little storyline, but getting to see Spartan DNA versus Jefferson, both teams that had very aggressive, high point scoring matches, so that's going to be a fun one to watch. On the other side of the bracket with Group B, we're going to see Roosevelt versus Bunch and Walter Dexter versus Palms going into the Group B top 8 that will be playing on the stage after these matches that you see up here wrap up.
That's right. I think we're supposed to be seeing Canoga Park go up against Palms. But
you're totally right. So there is a wrong thing on that bracket. It will be Canoga Park instead of Walter Dexter, but they will be the ones going into that battle. But into this match on your screens, Spartan DNA versus Jefferson are going to be the ones starting off strong. A demo already happening before a goal even. And just as I say that, a quick little save and a quick little sink to go in. A point for Jefferson.
Now, there's one whole section of Bracket B that we did not get to see yet. The only other team that we haven't seen in the entirety of this top 8 is going to be Spartan DNA. Now, fun little fact for the people in the crowd, we've had Alan talk about how important STEM is for academic students and everything, but I'm sure if you know about professional esports, there has to be people that play this game and get paid for it professionally. The card that you see here for Sebas is actually one of the original esports team's logos to ever exist in esports and still be around to this day. They are a very big esports organization, but they're only really big if you know esports, if you know what I mean. So that's Dignitas. They have been around for a very, very long time. One little factoid though, but back on to Jefferson's side, we do get to see some pretty flashy plays yet again. John Pork has looked incredible alongside Orange Scales into this matchup. Mikester has been a fantastic anchor on that defensive side, but unfortunately not to be, as Spartan DNA bring things to a tied 1-1.
So far, so good, and we expected there to be a little bit more back and forth from the teams once we got into this Elite 8, and so far, so good. Just over a minute down from the clock, but a goal within every 30 seconds so far, and for it to be an even match so far, we're already starting to get really into this. My teeth fully sunk in.
Ooh. We'll have to wait and see, though, if that's the lollipop that you're talking about as well. Those cavities will be rupturing later today. Spartan DNA, however, they put the pressure down. It is a great start for Dark Season. And whoa, Spartan
Speaking
DNA.
of Dark Season, coming in strong, beautiful little dribble happening there to make sure that that gets sunk from the top down. Pretty good control coming through there.
Really good control. The first really big aerial goal we've seen so far in this tournament. Definitely a defining factor as we head over to the top 8 will be the teams that can take full advantage of grounded control, which dominated most of round 16. But into this, whichever team can get more aerial plays could be the team that secures a spot in the grand finals. We are seeing a lot more elevation from Spartan DNA than other teams. Jefferson, however, not able to find their footing on the defense. That's 2 points down. Spartan DNA, 3 in a row.
Wow, and very quick 3 in a row, too. I mean, I mentioned that we had 2 goals, one from each side, within 30 seconds. And Spartan DNA was like, we can get 2 more within 30 seconds, and they're both going to go on our side.
Woo.
So, quick to hit this ball and quick to keep the pressure on to Jefferson.
Jefferson now, the ball is quite literally in
Whoa.
their court as a fourth goal is struck by Spartan DNA.
Wow. I mean, I was just talking about speed, and they said, hold my Gatorade.
The setup again from Spartan was incredible. We had seen off of kickoff one player from the far right inside the midfield gets the ball up in the air, sends it to the left laterally to their teammate who launches it directly into the goal mid-air. The replays are so helpful to see those split-second decisions that, I mean, the angling has been incredible.
And I mean, angling is one of like the big things, the geometry of it all that you don't really think about when you're just like kind of having fun playing at home. But once you start to really get serious about the game, like that's one of the first things that has to be on your mind. All right, I've got to get really good at making sure that when I jump and work with the physics of it all. My car moves this way, a little bit of a top post hit. I feel like everything's moving in slow motion. The pass, the sink. And a beautiful cross shot to finish that up. John Pork tried to get that far and away, but Sebastian in the perfect spot to hit that right in.
We're seeing small adaptations from Jefferson too. It was Orange Scales and John Pork that were so great about striking goals and being the person to kick the ball into the enemy team. But now Orange Scales is that defender. It's up to Meister to help out John Pork. 2 minutes are left on the clock, and I like these small adaptations being made. Henzhou nearly good enough to get a sixth goal on the board. Orange is there to stay away. Meister is down the tip of the spear to bring things forward and send the ball into Spartan DNA's court. They have yet to be pressured since the first minute of this match.
Ooh, pretty high up for that ball there. Kenzo waiting for that drop should it come. Thankfully, another teammate able to keep that dribble up. Orange side looking pretty strong, working on their defensive gameplay here. That airtime, though, gets swiped away. Dark Season trying to be as aggressive as possible. But when you got points, do you need to be this aggressive?
No, you don't need to be. It's a game of keep away now. Psychological warfare from Spartan DNA side. Surely they've learned that from their ancient Mesopotamian history class.
Us trying to get this airtime and control as much as possible. So far, so good. Just trying to take it down the field. Jefferson trying to get as much control back of the ball as possible, but the side of Spartan DNA is doing an amazing job of keeping control of that and making sure that that orange side does not have a chance to even have control of the ball to get points back on their score.
Control. A demo's out against Orange Scale. That might mean the defense for Jefferson's completely gone. It's a race to the finish to get that ball across the court towards Jefferson before the respawn that's already come back. The bounce back doesn't find its footing. There's no flip resets from Spartan DNA. 30 seconds are left. 4 goals needed for Jefferson. We have yet to see them on the back heel.
Ooh, a lot of airtime coming through here. Blue side trying to go for an airtime shot, and Spa's kind of just going to let it roll down the field. Kenzo's going to try and go for that collection, trying to keep each of these respective players to their positions on the field. With 5 seconds ticking down, Jefferson, the door is closed on them for this match, but we have 2 potential more games to play.
Potentially 2 more games to play. Spartan DNA, a very dominant first game that we get to see in the top 8. Really love the coordination between the players, interplay-wise. They bounced each other well. They were set roles, but malleable enough that everyone had their chance to be their striking position all the way to being full-on defense. Jefferson, you could argue the same exact way, but unfortunately, just the sheer dominance from Spartan DNA was a really good trendsetter for the top 8.
Absolutely. So that is going to Spartan DNA, and for the School of Stauffer coming in very strong into this first match, a leg up in this best of 3. Keeping in mind that we are still in best of 3s, so there is still a chance for Jefferson to come back into this. And for how much we keep talking about that every single time we get through a game number 1, that's only going to become that much more important once we move into best of 5s. But Jefferson Coming back with a vengeance, but that is pretty similar to what we saw in the first match. A quick sync for Jefferson to start things off, but Spartan DNA were quick to rebuttal in match number 1.
I was going to say, history's repeating itself. Jefferson, they got the first goal. Spartan DNA, okay. History.
Broken, cycle, down.
Wow. Spartan DNA did come back with a vengeance, though, after the first 45 or so seconds. They came back with not 1, not 2, but what was it? 6 goals in a row to stop Jefferson quite literally in their tracks.
But I think like both of those can, I mean, we've kind of been talking about it, how a lot of it is coming down to tempo, how a lot of it is kind of early plays, and then kind of snowballing out of control. And I think that both of those goals really do come down to kickoff. So now that we've seen a kickoff that doesn't
open
go
goal, open goal,
as
open goal, open
crazy,
goal, open goal, open goal, where's the follow-up? No follow-up!
We are starting to see more of back and forth now. And I mean, Mikester had to floor it to get back into that goal and make sure that that didn't end up going horribly wrong for Jefferson. But teammates there to support as well. We're making sure that that ball stays far away from that orange side goal as much as possible, except for it's a lot harder to make that jump when the air time is coming through from Kenzo.
What a great kick coming out from Spartan DNA. Sure, it may not be 1 goal up against them this time, but we saw it the same exact marking last game. Spartan DNA, that's when they got their first goal. They converted it many times over afterwards. Just now up to Jefferson to keep mental in check. Head in the game. Can't focus on outside elements. Orange Scales taking a much more aggressive role into this matchup. Not the defender anymore. All of Jefferson simultaneously defending and being the charging lead that they need on each side.
Absolutely, and we're starting to understand certain things at this point. We're understanding that Jefferson has very aggressive and strong kickoffs, but when we start to play these long games, Spartan DNA are doing such a great job of kind of controlling the ball for getting these high air goals that Jefferson just isn't able to keep up with. So the shorter the match or the shorter the time from kickoff, Jefferson has an advantage. But the further we go away from that kickoff, it really starts to push more onto Spartan DNA's favor.
I think you bring up a really good point, Becky. Jefferson, they've been so good about early goals, but Spartan DNA is going to break that hypothesis.
And it's, of course, as soon as I vocalize the fact, Spartan DNA say, we can be quick with it too.
Well, they're going to teach caster curses in STEM, right?
They better start doing it at this point.
I think that would be a good class for me to pass.
I guess I got to take that course should they start to offer it as
We should be the
well.
professors.
Speaking of airtime being a strength for Spartan DNA, quick moves. I feel like you can't really call it a roof of the stadium, but there certainly is some kind of roof element going full high air to start things off for Kenzo. And once again, just using the time and the advantage that they have to the best of their abilities.
Jefferson tunnel visioning. They want to capture that ball back, but unfortunately it leads to an open goal. Mikester, a 50-50 decision. Do I go left? Do I tumble to the right? And unfortunately, it was the wrong decision. It happens to the best of us. 3 minutes left, only 2 goals behind now for Jefferson. Plenty of time to make this back up. Cannot let that scoreline slip away any farther than it already has. And Dark Season is looking to have it continue. Potential flip reset. Oh, that's scary. John Pork. He's calling.
What's he saying? On the phone.
I don't know. I usually swipe off the videos at that point.
Sabaz trying to play as strong of a defensive game as possible. A little bit stuck in that goal, but just long enough for the rest of the team to come in for the support here. Spartan DNA looking pretty strong, just looking to control that ball and go for, once again, another high goal that the jumps from the orange side just aren't making it high enough to stop.
Elevation, elevation, elevation. There's a reason why your 6-figure-a-month professional earning players are able to use that as their biggest advantage to win world championships.
I mean, so we're getting to see something as well that's adaptation, surprisingly, from Spartan DNA. Usually you'll see kind of the team that's on the back foot make the adaptations a lot quicker than teams that are in the lead, but Spartan DNA, I think, also kind of figured out that kickoff is maybe a place where we're a little bit weaker, where Jefferson is being really aggressive. So they've started to hold a player back as far as possible to be ready to just pick up the ball that gets shoved onto their side of the board, and then they immediately try to airtime it for as long as possible, really controlling the clock as well as the board.
Orange Scales gets demoed out. Good time for Spartan DNA to deal with a goal with no goalie. Zebas is in a great spot, but now Orange Scale is back in the fray and instantly takes control of the ball. He leads it down to the midfield. Dark Season's in a great spot to potentially guide the ball back, but unfortunately no demo in play. It's Kenzo. Kenzo cannot find a response. Spartan DNA look for the landing of the ball, but Orange Scale is one step ahead. It's just a matter of conversion at this point. Can that goal go in? The answer is no. The ball was stuck in no man's land. Mikester resets it, however. Enzo is trying to be on the case, but has lost grasp of the ball. Maybe? Seabass, no. Denial.
Yeah, doing a good job of holding that ball in the air, get away from that orange side. A minute or so left. 3 points down. The pressure is on for Jefferson. It's do or die. And it gets that much harder when you're now 4 points behind. Have to get something so fast. 1 in every 15 seconds. It's looking a little bit rough for Jefferson and Spartan DNA. They just gotta, once again, keep playing control. And we've seen them play control so well.
1 minute left. What's going to happen now? This is looking fantastic for Spartan DNA. Jefferson, however, they may have the opportunity here. They have to get a goal roughly every 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's looking rougher and rougher as that clock ticks it down. We say that a lot, but the 2 goals that Jefferson does have were kickoff goals. They did them within a matter of like 2 seconds, but unfortunately, when we move away from that kickoff point, it gets so much more difficult to see that pattern with a hope of repeating. Airtime coming through, and unfortunately, it's going to be a further push away from those 2 points for Jefferson. Spartan DNA 7 and now 14 seconds. The first match under their belt, and are looking to position themselves well to move into top 4.
Now, Becky, remind me, is the most amount of goals we've seen so far today
11.
11.
We saw an 11 earlier.
Sure. Okay.
This is the second match we watched. It's okay.
Wow. Okay.
We've been blazing through them.
Oh, a great matchup overall. Very impressed with both teams. Honestly, again, a great trendsetter for the top 8. Very curious to see what's going to look like as Spartan DNA do move on further into the tournament. How is everything going to play out? I will say these have been 2 of my favorite teams to watch so far in this tournament. I love the style that both teams played. Like the name John Pork, I'm brain rotted. So I want to know what happens on after this, Becky.
Well, let's take a look at what's going to happen after this and go back into our bracket so you can see an update of where these teams are. All right, we get to see off camera. We see DGM for the side of Millen took down the Goats.
Revenge?
Earlier. Oh, go for it.
No, revenge.
Yeah, revenge. But I was going to say that while I made that comment, Tres Hermanos were also from the same school as the Goats. So it was revenge for both sides, but it looks like Millen is going to come out on top, going into that top 4 with the team of DGM Gold. On the side that we got to see, Spartan DNA for the School of Stauffer versus Jefferson. Spartan DNA did come out on top. Let's take a look at the B side graphic so you can see what is coming up after this break. We did get an update to this, so Canoga Park will be facing off against Palms, and Roosevelt will be going up against Munch. We didn't get to see that top side of this bracket, so we don't really know what to anticipate from the players there, but we did get to see a very aggressive and strong game from Canoga Park, so I'll be interested in seeing how they do up against Palms.
Yeah, I want to see Bunch and Roosevelt more than any other team so far. I mean, all the other teams have been great, don't get me wrong, but the fact that we just haven't seen them and we don't know what to expect is interesting to me. I like interesting things.
I certainly do too, and I'd love to have as much information as possible, because what if one of those teams ends up in the finals and we just don't have a ton of information on them? So hopefully we'll get to see as much as possible from those teams when we come back from this quick break.
City of STEM, we are back. Wow, I'm a lot louder than before, but guess what? That means we have even more hype for amazing games that are going to be happening just in a few moments. My name, of course, once again is Kag. This is Becky, our bracketologist. And now, Becky, I have a question for you.
All right, what's the question?
I don't think we've seen every team play so far.
I think you're
Who am I
right.
missing?
Roosevelt and Bunch.
Oh, you're right. Roosevelt and Bunch. You're absolutely right. So we're going to be seeing Roosevelt and Bunch in just a few moments. And I have to say, to me, they are the wild card team of this tournament just because we haven't seen them yet. We don't know how they play.
So just wild cards to us, not wild
Yes.
cards in general, but certainly wild cards to us who have not gotten to see them strut their stuff on the pitch quite yet.
But we're about to.
We certainly are, and see who will be prevailing in this Elite 8 and moving on to top 4. And now, to start things off, we're on this pitch.
That's right. Again, two teams that we have yet to see so far in this tournament. They are going to be the big teams that we don't know really what to expect going into each series. Do like what we see from Roosevelt starting off, especially a first goal like that. Very impressive to see.
I was going to say, a little bit of slow motion happening, too. You got to see Bunch kind of bopping that up into the air, trying to say, you know what, we're not ready to deal with this, trying to play defensive, but right place, right time, and that's all you can ask for. But also knowing how to set yourself up to be in the right place at the right time is its own special level of knowledge and, you know, very intelligent, I would say.
Hey, you know. But Danny has been the lone warrior off that kickoff. The rest of Roosevelt did take their sweet time, back him up once that ball was in the air. I think this might be a different formation than what we normally see. A little bit. Looks like one towards Bunch's end of their goal, one towards the midfield, and then one dedicated defender for Roosevelt. Seems to be a lot less aggressive. That tells me there's more trust put in Danny, who's kind of all over the place right now. He's full on anchoring.
Yeah, and back up, trying to go for some passes with the rest of the team here. Moved away from playing defensive for the side of Roosevelt, but they're trying to make it back towards that goal as quickly as possible, trying to take their shots as well, but it's like Joe hanging out, ready to play that defensive game for the side of Bunch. Back and forth, going strong now. Roosevelt sitting pretty with a point, but Bunch got to try and find a way to weave themselves to even score here.
Absolutely. And with plenty of time still left on the clock, it's not a factor just yet for Bunch to have to worry about with only one score up against them. But the idea needs to be made now about how to approach this situation. It's easier said than done. Danny, again, has just been a jackal hopping around all over the entirety of this court. I have an idea, 67-9. May just have an idea to get into the air and go for the spike downwards, but unfortunately does not have that levitation.
Oh, they've got 679 ideas.
Oh.
Because that might be how many ideas you have to have in a game of Rocket League to take it home. Ooh, a little bit of airtime. That ball spending a lot of dead space there without being in anyone's control, but it ends up going TXC's way. Bunch trying to put the pressure on, trying to get the ball over towards that blue side goal, but not quite able to complete that set of maneuvers.
Not quite yet. Joe's in a good spot, though, to keep things going. Danny once more tries to go for the strike, but instead he's met with a demo. Something very rarely seen midair.
Yeah, but I mean, that's good for the side of Roosevelt. That does allow for them to take control of the ball once again. That being said, control, but if you're not able to push it back towards the other side of the map, what good is it going to do you? Well, it's going to equate to Bunch and TXC seeking that first one halfway through this match, and the score is 1-1.
1-1 has been one of the closest games we've seen thus far. Do want to know, I'm not sure which team that is, but I do get to see a little stuffed chicken? Bird? Where are you being held? In picture, the little brown bird.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
A little mascot, maybe.
Oh, it could be the mascot. I'm sure we'll get more information on that later, but big stuffed animal enjoyer. Always things are neat. Danny, however, has been, also not a stuffed bird. Has been doing a great job holding the line.
I was going to say, yeah.
Like, how do you segue out of that?
It was a
great.
scary moment, too, because, like, from our POV, we couldn't really see a great save. I mean, okay, we did get to see a great save from TXC, but on the other side of the map, we almost had have to remember in a lot of these games too is how the player is working on their camera control to be able to see and intake information. That's one of the big marks between a newer player and a very advanced player in so many different video games.
Absolutely. A great setup once more. That ball dancing with the edge of Bunch to potentially give Roosevelt a second. It collides away. I have an idea has been roaming nothing but the top of this entire field, looking for any sort of aerial plays to go for a strike down. Danny the same, to potentially bypass the defensive Bunch, unable to do so.
Yeah, this is also one of those places where we can kind of talk about how, like soccer, sometimes you'll play Rocket League in a way that is similar as far as positions are concerned. You're going to have players that are specializing a little bit more in playing defensively, people who are trying to be a little bit more aggressive, maybe play a little bit of those forward or striker positions. But a lot of the times you'll also see people just kind of playing fluidly. It really depends on how the communication of your team is set up prior to even going into the match and how you kind of have acted within those practices. Great saves from the side of Bunch, 30 seconds remaining, and potential looking strong for overtime here.
That's right. I was going to ask, 20 seconds left. What are the chances you think of us getting overtime?
So far, I think I would put it as pretty good, but the pressure is coming through towards the side of Bunch. I have an idea is maybe got to be a little bit careful of how close we get. That demo did go through 7 seconds, but narrowly missing that corner to come through, so it won't be a score for Bunch. Instead, that ball hits the ground, overtime is called, and now we are in this game until one team scores.
That's right, our first overtime on stream this tournament. We are in for a fun time. Both these teams played a huge stall game. Once it became 1-1. However, Roosevelt is not letting up on the literal gas. They've ensured again the pressure is out. Will that be enough? No. They just barely saved the day, Becky.
Absolutely. I was going to say, I love the change in tone that you visually get to see all three players being like, we have to stay in the goal. We have to make sure that this does not go in. Unfortunately, when you only have two players there, maybe three was the sauce. Bunch, 34 seconds plus on that clock, but are going to be the ones who score and get game number one.
Bunch looked fantastic throughout the entirety of that first game. And to be honest, they were on the same exact level as Roosevelt. But in overtime, one very small opportunity from what looked like the midfield to get a perfect arc into the goal is all you need to potentially become a City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational champion.
Absolutely. And I mean, to your point, that's why we talk so much about airtime in this game. The way that it's a lot harder to get your car up into the air, much like it is in real life. It
That's
takes
true.
some
You would know.
interesting it takes some interesting maneuvers to get your car up into the air. And so the moment that you have that airtime started, it is so much more difficult for you to take control if you're on the opposing side. So whoever is able to get that airtime usually has control of the ball. Sometimes that ends up changing. We do talk about incomplete passes a lot of the time, and usually that ends up with when that ball does finally come back down. Where did it end up? Did it end up in the same team's hands or not? It's a whole thing. But again, as far as playing soccer, you kind of get the idea.
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to see any soccer player jump 8,000 feet in the air with their four wheels and see if they can do what a Rocket League player can. TXC, though. Attempt being made. Flip reset ball into the goal, unable to do so. Danny, a quick swerve into a follow-up, guiding the ball, looking to see proper angling. That could have been the first strike, but I have an idea, had the idea, saving the day.
All right, good movement of the ball from the side of Bunch to push it back over towards this blue side, but a great jump from Pierce is able to push that back away from the goal, keeping the Roosevelt goal safe, locked down. Caesar's going to try and get a little bit of bump onto this ball and push it into that Bunch goal. But unfortunately, defense coming in strong. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, and taking down. A great little back and forth from both of these schools to start things off in this second one. And I mean, the weight has got to start to feel heavy for Roosevelt here.
That's right. This is the longest we've gone on stream for a matchup without a goal. But as I say that, the near attempt from TXE, had he been able to land on the ball, that would have been the momentum and the angle needed to convert that first goal. Unfortunately, just barely missed. Danny, he's attempting to guide the ball, a Hail Mary into Bunch. Not able to do so. Back to a reset once more.
Yeah, so close. A quick swipe away of that ball. Unfortunately, I have an idea. Able to steal that ball, but hard to keep it when you're going into all three members of Roosevelt. So it is going to be an air time from Roosevelt, but a quick knock back from Bunch. And Bunch is going to be the ones trying to keep this pressure on now that we are on the blue side of the field. Will they be able to weave in a goal here, or is the ball just going to get pushed by Caesar back to Bunch's side?
Caesar was a noble leader at one point. Can the leadership be brought here for either one of these teams to be that guiding force for grand final?
Slow motion moment as Bunch able to get that little bit of a ricochet. We see post to back to in. McPhears tried to hit that out, and unfortunately, it just wasn't the right point of contact. Bunch, at 3 minutes into this match, score the first goal.
2 minutes now. It took that long to get a first goal. And remember, game number one ended in overtime, Becky.
I mean, there's potential for it to happen here again, too. Roosevelt is going to have to step it up, though, if they don't get aggressive and don't now get 2 points. Bunch is looking well positioned to posture themselves into the top 4.
TXC seems to be the solution. Twice now, he's been able to find the right way to set up the ball in the perfect spot. Now, the first goal was I have an idea that converted it. However, TXC was the initial player to set up the ball in the right angle for him to get that goal's credit. This is looking scary now for Roosevelt. They've made it this far into the tournament. They cannot let up now. They are down a game down by 2 points. They have to tie this up right now.
Yeah, and a new strategy on that kickoff as well, just dedicating one player towards that kickoff. And despite the fact that Bunch sent 2 players into the kickoff, it actually really pushed over towards that orange side of the field. So
Open goal.
As they can. Luckily, goal is open, but unless we can get ourselves positioned, it's not quite going to go for the way of Bunch. And it is instead going to be some airtime held by that orange side. Once again, just trying to keep control for as long as possible, pushing back and forth from the 2 remaining blue players on that defensive side. A demolition comes through, allows for Roosevelt to put pressure towards this orange side, but they just aren't in the correct place to sink the goal. And you said it, you keep saying it, open goal and TXC.
I know, it's danged if you do and danged if you don't for Roosevelt. You want to put all of your chips inside that aggressive basket and just get a goal to tie things up against Bunch. But in the process, you don't have any anchors. There's no one defending that ball going in. McPherson is the one to do it this time. A stellar save does allow a recapture from Danny, and this could be the chance to get something going. Double defense now brought out by Bunch. TXC, the same process. Now a dedicated anchor is available for Roosevelt. Danny does save the ball. Caesar. Follow-up could be made. Well, look at this defense now. 20 seconds left. There's no clear-cut answer for Roosevelt.
Yeah, unfortunately, with all 3 players aiming out toward Roosevelt's own goal, it's a little bit difficult to imagine that they're able to get a goal on the opposing side of the field, and instead, Bunch going to use their airtime mechanics to just pass and sink. TXC being set up by McPherson once again. 15 seconds left on the clock, but 4 points to Bunch, and it looks like Bunch is going to be saying 4 is such a great number that we're going to go into the top 4.
Absolutely, the top 4. Getting much closer. Essentially, that is going to be the semifinals.
Certainly will be. 3 seconds left. That ball is bouncing close to the ground and close to the blue goal. The Bunch will be ending 4 points, but a 2-0, seeding themselves into top 4.
Really nice. Good work from Bunch and Roosevelt. Really enjoyed how Bunch was able to be a lot more malleable, especially in the air. I will say this until the day, I guess, these students graduate, get out of middle school, high school. I don't, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Until the day something happens. Again, the aerial gameplay for Rocket League is going to be one of the most dividing factors about a team that can get into the championship and win a championship and a team that doesn't.
And I think you make a great point about some differences in some places where we got to see Bunch really kind of stretch their wings a little bit further and be able to pull their advantage, and that is in the air. So great job for Bunch, but a very tense game 1 for Roosevelt. That was a very intense match, but we have more Rocket League to watch. The other side of our bracket is still playing, so we are going to be watching the rest of this Canoga Park versus Palms match. Canoga Park is a team that we got to see earlier in the day as well when they took out another team earlier in the Sweet 16. Palms, I believe, is a new team for us to watch. I think we watched like the last 10 seconds of a match that Palms was in, but Canoga Park, they're looking as strong as when we saw them last.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw Ryan get a cross-field goal. And
yeah, what are you supposed to do about that? What are you supposed to do if the car's on the other side of the field?
Off kickoff. Okay.
This is some crazy geometry that we're about to see. Oh, that's rough.
Okay. All right. 4-0 now for Canoga Park. They are still up a game. Palms now, they have their work cut out against them. Riddle me this, Becky. Have we seen a single series go to Game 3 yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think we have. Been a very dominant game so far. Or day, I should say, for a lot of these teams. Just curious to see if any of them can break that stride and see maybe a Game 3. But you know what's going to happen? It's going to be nothing but 2-0s, and then we're going to have a very long length
best
game.
Of 5.
Yeah, best of 5.
I could see that certainly happening as Ryan right place to be able to get that rebound. Push it right back into that goal, the defensive side of Palms. not
Okay,
quite
all
able
right.
to make it happen.
Sure, I guess the car touched the ball. Sure, the way Kanoga's playing so far, I think there's a good opportunity to maybe give Ryan MVP of the tournament thus far. Just the amount of impact he's been able to get has been stellar. Trigger did a great job as well.
6-0, minute 40 left on the clock. Palms, as you mentioned, gonna have to come in swinging and fast to be able to bridge this gap. And Canoga Park, as you can see at the top there, does have a game in this best of 3, so they're positioning themselves as well to move into that top 4 and be able to join some of the other players that we've watched recently.
Don't forget our good old friend Loop-de-Loop, who was stellar back in round 16. Minute 23 is left on the clock, and at this point, it's hard to find an opportunity for Palms to get an advantage to bring things to an even scoreline. It would take a lot. I will say, though, I think a lot of the chips for Kanoga have been placed in the aggressive basket. First goal goes to Palms. But with a minute left, you would have to get a goal roughly every 5 seconds. And still have time to convert it out to not hit overtime.
Ooh, 1-1-1 and one score here for Palms. Trying to get some of that airtime, but airtime is not going to work in the favor of the players who have to play fast. 1 minute remaining. Palms trying to keep pressure over towards this blue side. So far, so good, but Noga, they've shown that they know their way around some of these passes.
No.
Unfortunately, it's a narrow miss towards the top of that goal post. 40 seconds now, the clock still ticking down. These are some of those hard moments where it does start to feel very slow motion.
30 seconds are left. Plenty of time for Kanoga, I suppose. Palms, I think it's essentially a lockout at this point. Zip has done a great job playing keep away. Kanoga Park looking to solidify themselves as we go into essentially the semifinals. I think they're the last team that we need to see to round it all out.
It certainly is. Winner of this match goes to join Punch, EGM Gold from Millen, and Spartan DNA from Stauffer in the top 4.
That is a tough roster to go up
I was going to say,
against.
sounds like some stacked teams. And to add to the stacked teams, we're going to be seeing Canoga Park rounding out that top 4. So as I mentioned, the teams going into our top 4 are going to be this Canoga Park squad, Spartan DNA from Stauffer, DGM Gold from Millen, as well as Bunch that we just got to see. So that's going to be your top 4. We've still got a lot of Rocket League to see, and the matches coming up are going to be best of 5s. You thought these were tense? Now we're getting even more chances for rebuttals.
Don't go anywhere. We got to set it all up. We'll be right back.
Look who's back! It's us! And the games. We are down to our final. How many was it, Becky? 4?
Only four. We started off
teams.
with 16. There were 32 as of yesterday, and now we are into the top 4.
Where did they go?
One by one, they all fall.
Wow. Unbelievable. So you're telling me now there's only 4 teams left and only one of them can win the whole thing, right?
Only one of them wins the whole thing.
Whew, that's scary.
That certainly is, and if they weren't feeling the pressure on their shoulders, they certainly will be feeling it now. All right, speaking of the top 4, let's take a look at the bracket and the journey that these teams took to get here. We are going to be watching DGM Gold versus Spartan DNA, so the School of Millen versus the School of Stauffer on this Group A side of the bracket. They are going to be on... If you're viewing from the audience, they're going to be on the left tables there for you. The championship table, it was deemed earlier, but honestly at this point, all the players who are up here are within the top 4, so they all have a shot at being champions and a shot at this kickoff. Looks like we're starting off strong. Stauffer getting clean control of the ball, and we talked so much about airtime in all of our matches before this, and this is the most airtime I think we've seen from this ball on the whole day.
Yeah, pretty much for the most part. I do want to say, though, my little cheat sheet to figure out which team was which for the players playing is that the team not wearing the Spartan DNA shirt is DG Gold.
That's a pretty good way to look at it.
You know, it took me a lot of years of schooling. I wasn't a part of STEM. If I was, maybe I would have been able to figure it out sooner. But you know what else we can figure out are these saves. 30 seconds into game number 1 of this best of 5 series to make sure, okay, it's not a best of 3. There's more chances to adapt, a minimum of 3 games. What can be done? Spartan DNA, they have been a little bit slower each match's startup.
Yeah, and I think this is kind of now that we're in this top 4 area, we're starting to see a time where control was happening for a player, I believe it was Dark Season for the side of Spartan DNA, and they were on the side that was by DGM's Gold, but instead of like just trying to go for the shot, just trying to be very brazen, instead was like, okay, I'm going to control this ball and I'm actually going to push it back to our teammates on our side of the field. Because at this point, once you're into the top 4, once you're playing in the levels that are stronger and stronger opponents as the tournament persists, the name of the game can't just be straight aggression anymore. It has to be something that's a little bit more. It has to be control. It has to be thoughtful.
There's a lot of moving parts to these teams for Rocket League, and so far, could definitely be able to see that. I do want to see a lot more aggression. Well, I do want to see more defense. I think we see a lot of teams overdo the aggression, have a lot more tunnel visioning, which has been a big struggle. Dark Season and co, they've been very good at being malleable and transferring things around. So for Millen, also the names of these teams as well, in case you were confused. And it's just a big do-si-do, a ballet so far between both teams. No one has really gotten a discernible advantage yet over the other.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think a lot of that is also coming down to the amount of demos that we've seen during this game. There have been quite a few to start things off. A shot comes through from Millen, trying to get into that Stauffer goal, but it isn't going to be able to come through. Good defensive maneuvers from Stauffer. Quick denial from this blue side on Millen as well, just trying to keep that pressure off and as far away from the goal as possible. But it wouldn't be the first time today that we would see a shot come from way downtown and end up in the goal. A beautiful swipe! We've been saying that it comes down to control, but I mean, Dark Season unfortunately stops to take a breath, and DGM Esports 11 doesn't have a fancier name with a lot of the other players, but hey, came in, scored that shot, and it has Millen now a point above Stauffer.
And while we've been on the track of doing so, do want to highlight that one other player is rocking. Oh, hold on, hold that thought. Great attempted goal in the beginning there. Saved by one of the members of DGM, which is also Millen.
I stopped breathing.
Cars don't breathe.
But I do.
Oh. I thought you were part car. But let's see if this keeps on going, however. It's been a big, brutal 50-50 thus far. Very scrappy matchup. More demos, as you highlighted, Becky, have been the name of the game, but taking advantage of the demos has been a different story. Another demo is out. Immediately, all of Millen, DGM, back off completely. There is one goalie in line. They saved the day. That could have been Spartan absolutely getting their first goal to even things out, but Timer's ticking away, minute and a half left, and as Stauffer gets closer and closer, they've still yet to attain that point.
I was going to say, we did get to see Stauffer get really close to sinking to goal kind of 2 times early after this kickoff, and at least this time, they're resolute. They go in strong and very nicely done. The good setup from Dark Season, sink from Kenzo, and not a player from Millen to stop that from going in.
Not just yet, but we've seen both these teams play very similarly. And I will say it's been scrappier than a lot of other teams thus far. They've been colliding with each other, car blocking, excuse me. And they've been doing a very good job just making sure, well, the airways would not be secured. That is a cool transition.
Absolutely. And you said body blocking. It's called the body of a car, so I think you can still use the phrase body
chassis
blocking. That one feels weaker to me, but it's all right. Stauffer are coming in strong, got themselves another point. So the pressure is back onto the Millen side. They're going to see if they can go as aggressive once again. Kenzo tries to just go for it, blazing into this match. And Millen, you can see they've changed their tempo. They have a lot of players back towards that defensive side with a minute remaining. They're going to see if they can play that defensive long con. But the airtime from Stauffer looking very strong here.
Something has unlocked within Stauffer now. They're taking advantage of the aerial plays yet again. The long range too, realizing that backing up, giving Millen, surprisingly, space to operate has allowed them to expand and maybe spread themselves too thin. It allows Stauffer to find more opportunities to get the goal far long ways in before Millen can react.
Yeah, I think you make an excellent point. The moment that you have a lot of players kind of hanging out kind of towards the bottom of the goal, it's really hard to jump up that high and be able to deny an air shot. So I love that Stauffer has kind of made this adaptation, but they're just trying to go for a lot of those higher shots up towards the top of the goal. Just being like, if you're going to play defensively, we're going to play in a way that denies your defensive strategy.
And if that's going to be the case, we need to watch Dark Season more, because Dark Season has been elevated so much more than other players. And as that timer hits 0, that's Stauffer to win game number 1.
All right, hanging out in the air for a little bit longer. Trying to get those bounces back and forth, but it is going to go to the ground. But it will be Spartan DNA and Stauffer to take down match number 1. But even more chances to come back into this match for the side of DGM Gold. We will be seeing a best of 5 now. So
that's right.
A lot of time for adaptations to be made for us to go back to kind of what we were seeing at the start of that match when they were pretty evenly matched and before Stauffer was kind of able to open those floodgates.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what DGM or Millen's going to do for their adaptations, because we've been saying so far up until this point in the tournament, it's kind of easy to see what needs to be done differently. Yeah. But when you hit that semifinals, the finals area, all the teams play so effectively similar that it's like, what are you going to do other than find better opportunities, right?
Yeah. And I mean, we've gotten to mention that we got to see a lot more demos. That's coming from getting a lot more boost. That's coming from a lot more airtime. And going into this even further, you mentioned that you were not seeing a lot of, there were demos, but there was not a lot of taking advantage of it, of the aggression being pushed when there were fewer players in play. And I think that that is something that I'm really going to be watching for in this game. When we do see that demo pop up in the top right of the screen, what are the other players doing? People who are on the map, where are they going? Where is the action happening?
I think the thing about demos, too, that we see a lot in these tournaments is that they're not necessarily planned. Like a demo like this comes out against DGM Esports 11, Mighty 11. It does not really amount to much afterwards. It happens, Millen retract themselves, but Stauffer don't necessarily act on it. And while the positioning might be slightly different, does allow opportunities like that. Stauffer, through all the defenders still being around, bypasses them all to get the ball in.
Yeah, that's a little rough.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, all players trying to go for that defensive maneuver, just narrowly not able to push it out quite far enough, trying to get up that momentum from that stopped position where you are playing defensive. It's just so difficult. with a minute down on the clock, Stauffer do have themselves a point. They're trying to get possession of this ball and move it away from their goal to start this offense.
It's nearly a second for Stauffer. Two.
Oh!
It is a Stauffer for 2.
I was going to say, yeah, just trying to move that ball away, but hey, we keep talking about it. Stauffer is doing a great job keeping that ball in the air. Denial is the name of the game for the Spartan DNA players.
Denial's also a river. Milan cannot cross it. They have to find a way to float above, keep their heads above water. Plenty of time still left. Another save, another goal for Stauffer.
Dark Season that time, just taking advantage again of right place, right time, able to knock that one in. The reverse not quite coming through for 11. And so it is going to be 3 points up for Stauffer. 3 minutes and 44 seconds, still a lot of time. Milan just have to find a way to collect themselves and once again, maybe try to play off of these demos, maybe try and meet Stauffer in the air a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to see more elevation coming out from Milan's side. DGM, also Milan has the perfect opportunity to adapt in that front. But even then, the defense needs to find more grounding if Stauffer's going to keep finding more pretty much unparalleled advantages by playing in the air.
Still trying to keep with that too, yeah.
Oh, almost. Almost.
Almost, but that did kind of fall at the perfect spot for those cars playing that defensive game. To hit it away. Unfortunately, though, Dark Season says, let's bring it all around. Back downtown and back into Milan goal.
What a pass from Dark Season. Seeing as the ball was flying to the immediate right from his teammate, he jets it midfield, the corner of his ball hitting the perfect angle to get into the board. Now remember, this is not a best of 3. Every other match we've seen so far, if we saw a team win 2 games in a row, that was it. Not the case from here on out. It's a best of 5, so at the very least, if Stauffer can continue this dominance, we will see at least one more game of this series. And the same for the other series being played as well.
Absolutely, and the other team in top 4, should they still be playing when we finish this match, we will go into theirs as well, so there will be a lot of action continuing to happen.
Non-stop rocking.
Non-stop indeed. Speaking of non-stop, Kenzo just continuing to try and set things up for Stauffer to continue to be aggressive. I guess if you never stop being aggressive, you never have to worry about being defensive.
That's right. And so far, Milan, they've had a hard time responding to the sheer aggression coming out from Stauffer's side. They have shown a lot more defensive prowess overall, but the issue is that the way they've been defending has been grounded ball work, not from above. And again, just like game number 1, if Stauffer want to choose to strike their ball from the midfield, Milan, as good as they are, they haven't found an answer to that yet.
Stauffer doing a pretty good job of getting themselves positioned back towards their rolling areas. Trying to go for that little bit of airtime, trying to those passes while in the air. Keep that denial game up for as long as possible. Milan trying to get control back, but somebody from Stauffer hanging out in that goal, preparing themselves to be attempting the denial here as well. Goal just is really being held on to by this Stauffer Spartan.
What did I just watch?
You just watched a setup. Stauffer Spartan playing like a lion, just saying the ball, it's mine. All right, I'm going to set it up, and Kenzo can sink it.
Stauffer Spartan 3 walks grandma across the street and gets the ball into the goal. Oh, I've never seen that before. Okay. 5 points now for Stauffer. Milan once again. Ball is quite literally in their court. Try to bring things back with 1 minute left. They still have an extra game after this for that adaptability, but it needs to come out now. The start needs to be now. Carried over to the potential final game.
I'm with you. I think it's difficult when you're at this minute mark, 50 seconds, if you will.
10 seconds
5
each.
goals. Yeah, just as it's a little bit too rough to anticipate that Milan could take this one down. It has to just end up being, all right, again, best of 5. We have a little more breathing room than we did in previous matches. So now it is just dissection. It is just studying. It is just learning. And instead of being kind of in a place where you're beating yourself up for these last 40 seconds, being like, okay, we just have to keep our head on straight, figure out where we are going when we go into this third.
And look, that dissection study is the entire point of this entire tournament, is to be able to enable yourself to be a better studier, a better person that can reflect and see how you can improve as an individual in a sports atmosphere. That means the STEM system is working.
Absolutely true. Dr. Spartan continuing to be very aggressive, controlling of this ball, almost able to get it in for Millen, almost able to get on the board. And hey, I think that that's a moment where we see that they are learning. If they're able to bring that action, bring those moments, bring that energy into the next match, we could start to see this turn around. But for now, Spartan DNA lock up their second match on this best of 5.
But it is a best of 5, like you mentioned. It is not a best of 3. Sure, it's a 2-0 right now for Spartan, but that does not mean it's over yet. There's one more chance for DGM Gold to bring it back. They could be able to bring things all the way to Game 5.
Absolutely, there's certainly still a chance for these players to go strong into this, but it will be coming down to what Millen have learned from these 2 matches before. Sure, Spartan DNA has looked very strong, but we did get to see Millen get a few points in that early game. So we just have to kind of see that energy once again and kind of couple it with the energy that we're seeing at the end of that second match that was getting really close to sinking some of those goals, and just bring it all together. But it is still looking very strong for Stauffer, who just have the teamwork, the passing, the setup down to a T, it seems.
Dark Season's catching the passes has been unbelievable compared to anybody else I think I've ever seen in middle school Rocket League. Just the fact that he's able to catch the balls and have the proper angling, literally unlike anybody else. What? What? Huh?
You're not even like able to see it, and then all of a sudden it's like, all right, from the corner and from the center. We keep talking about it. It's the teamwork. It's the setup.
Itty bitty little brain can't process some of these goals.
Stauffer, I mean, they kind of have the formula. I think you used that phrasing earlier. They know, they've had their geometry lessons. They've set it up. They've got what feels like such a strong understanding of how to set their teammates up in this. A lot of aggression is put over towards this goal. Again, a demo comes through. Control going over to Stauffer Spartan. Gonna try and just go for that goal. It is open, but it is a little high on the first one.
It's all from the midfield.
I mean, this is something that we also haven't yet gotten to see as often, where it is the players are, when you're working on those passes, when you've got kind of, again, this formula of how the geometry of the game works, of where each one of you needs to be, you're able to kind of play together while being far apart. You're able to play with these shots that are coming from the middle of the field. And yeah, I know, Millen, they can also make some of those far shots. Just because the strikes are coming from Stauffer doesn't mean that Millen can't learn from them too.
Huge striking opportunity, a great way to find the hole in the Stauffer armor. Ensuring again that Stauffer, up until now, they have yet to be pressured. They haven't had to worry about having a defender.
I'm looking for it to start now.
Me too. I definitely think this will be the wake-up call for Stauffer to start slowing down, just a little bit at least. And they're already playing at most into the midfield and finding goals, so they don't really have to dial back that far.
Certainly true. 11 trying to watch as much as possible, be ready, prepared to take these hits back.
I'm sure.
4, unfortunately, not able to get under that ball and push it back towards the center of the field. The Stauffer lineup just continuing to kind of wreak havoc on the scoreboard.
It's a little unfortunate that Millen owned goal themselves in the process. It was Dark Season to be the last player to hit the ball before Millen helped out, unfortunately. Stauffer, once again, though, they almost got a kickoff goal. And that could have been enough to start things off yet again. We're somehow only a minute and a half into Game 3, Becky. It really feels like this has been a million billion years of how fast the goals have been.
I was gonna say the match that we watched before this was like 3 goals total for like either of the matches, and then all of a sudden we're in this best of 5, and there's like goals left and right.
Well, you hit the nail on the head that Stauffer seems to have unlocked the strategy of Milan. Play in the air, play far away, go for these long sniper-esque goals, and Kenzo does it again!
Yeah, it is one of those things. They're making those long shots, and the moment that they get denied one time, somebody is just there prepared to go for the second jab.
The second jab. It really has been a 1-2 punch from Stauffer. Literal Spartan DNA inside of them. Once again, Stauffer Spartan 3 has the idea, go for the spike, get the ball's distance, and then Darkseas and Kenzo do the rest.
We're going to see if that is going to be something they're able to do.
Oh
or if it's
my
gonna be
God.
A little bit of some buddy maneuvers here so far. Once again, just trying to control it in the air as much as possible. Milan is trying to get some of that air time and stop it as well, but unfortunately, the control has just been so practiced in Stauffer's hands.
Yeah, it looks so practiced. The set strategies, everyone knows exactly which role they need to play. I don't know what the communication looks like. I'm wearing big, bulky headphones, but I imagine the communication is probably pretty dang good if they can go for set strats like this.
I mean, it's one of those things, like there's communication that can happen in the game, and then there's the communication that is everything that's been built up from the weeks of playing before they even sit down in these chairs. And a lot of the time, the communication that happens prior to sitting down for this tournament matters far more than anything the players can say to each other here and now.
Oh, I completely agree. You'd be surprised how many times you see team-based games at the highest level of play. You think that they're coordinating and calming to each other so much, and then they'll be like, nah, we were silent the whole time. We didn't have to worry about anything. And it's just like they know.
Yeah, I was going to say, or in a lot of other games, you have something like an IGN or an in-game player who is going to kind of direct what everyone is doing, and you have a dedicated player who's going to be the decision maker so that you don't spend a lot of time kind of arguing back and forth. Because if you have just one player kind of being the leader, kind of being the voice that we all listen to, it kind of alleviates a lot of other kind of frivolous decisions that kind of get wrapped up when everyone is trying to talk over one another.
Own goal. Open, 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 open. 8 for Stauffer.
You really like saying open goal.
I do. It's open, is it not?
This is, that's like how I imagine you play Rocket League at home. You're just sitting there and you're like, open goal, open goal, open goal.
Becky, I can tell you right now, no amount of money for the production, the players to come out here, anything would be worth watching me play Rocket League. That is a torturous experience.
But now you're making it sound like I do want. I
you
want to
know,
know.
You know, that's kind of our job, right? Is to tell an interesting story. Let me tell you, this is more interesting than me playing Rocket League any day of the week.
Fair enough. All players towards the middle of the field fighting for that control over the ball. 7 points down for Milan. They're still trying to fight for that control, doing a good job of playing this defensive game, trying to keep Stauffer away from getting any more of these goals. But every time I've said that previously, it's been that much more difficult. And Dark Season has just decided, well, my team is getting all of these demos. I'm just going to bounce it around in the middle of the field. I'm just going to eat time up on this clock, keep my team in an advantageous position.
At this point, for Milan, it seems that there aren't many solutions left to get back into this matchup. Stauffer may have just secured their spot into the grand finals for the City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational. 40 seconds are left. Anything could still happen. Milan, the final hurrah needs to be made now. But Spartan number 3, they could get the angle. It's just barely off.
Just
like millimeters.
30 seconds remaining in this match. That ball is going back and forth still. Milan have a chance to score a goal, try and go for a kickoff where they can be aggressive, but it quickly gets denied by those Stauffer players who just have so much power in pushing it back towards the opposite side of the field and trying to take it downtown, and they just do it so quickly.
7 seconds, 8 goals needed. Is it possible, Becky?
It certainly does not feel like it, but I mean, there's a chance we could do back-to-back-to-back kickoffs where we get an airtime on one of them that it holds it past for a second.
Well, 3 seconds has passed. 7 seconds has passed. Overall, though, both teams played an excellent job. Stauffer, a surprising victor. I did not think this matchup would be to the level it was, but I'm very curious to see who's going to be meeting up with them into the grand finals.
I'm in agreement with you. Stauffer looked strong on the day and are continuing to look strong. And Millen will be taking home their top 4, but Stauffer will be going into the grand finals at a chance for that big trophy.
A chance for the big trophy and plenty of other goodies. -1 lollipop that are good to go for the teams. Come on, Becky. Where did the lollipop go? Becky.
I wish I could tell you. I mean, maybe we'll be finding it in the Rocket League game that is happening on the other table.
On the other table? Ooh, do tell.
I mean, I still see a match going. We've still got some Rocket League that we could watch to figure out and see for ourselves who is going into the finals for the Canoga Park versus Bunch match. Let's jump right down into it. And it is currently 2-1 in this best of 5. Bunch 1 point away from taking it home, but when the score at 1-1 and 3 minutes and 30 seconds still left on the clock, this is a tight match here.
We talked about how the previous matchup for Bunch and Roosevelt was the wild card matchup of 2 teams that we've gone the entire tournament without seeing on stream. Didn't know how they would play. It was a close call. Bunch made it out as the victor. Canoga Park, similar to Spartan, have been pretty dominant teams. So far, each team has won at least 1 game. Very different from every other matchup we've seen thus far this tournament. But Canoga Park, I would say, is on the same level as Stauffer and their level of dominance.
Think so?
Oh, yeah. I think they have a very similar play style.
All right, I can kind of see it. It's a lot of air maneuvering. It's a lot of kind of being in the right place to kind of steal a lot of those passes from opposing teams. But hey, it looks like Bunch, if you're saying that Canoga Park is this good, it looks like Bunch is kind of giving them a run for their money here.
They really are.
And 2.5 minutes left, halfway through this match. Even scoreline. I'm rubbing my hands together. I'm trying to see where we're going to start to see a lead in this dam and where it's all going to fall apart.
Now, this is going to be a question for production. I'm really curious about this. Canoga Park and Bunch, this is game number 4. Did Canoga Park win this first game of the series, or was it Bunch? I think that tells a very different story about adaptability. If it's Canoga Park that lost the first 2 games, brought it back for a third. Yeah, or back and forth.
All right. If we get an answer on that, we will certainly let you know. But in the meantime, Bunch giving themselves a little bit of a leg up. They now just get to focus on playing defensive. They are postured to go into the finals if they can keep this score. But instead, they're saying, we're not going to play defensive. We're not going to put our legs up. We're keeping them floored, gas pedal on, getting ourselves 3 points. 2 minutes left for Canoga Park to catch up, keep themselves with a chance to go into the finals.
Really effective kickoff goal from Bunch's side. I'm a little surprised that Triggered Man was not playing the goalie, but instead it was Ryan. That seems almost misplaced for Canoga Park. Ryan has been one of the best strikers we've seen this entire tournament, but he's taken such a back heel. There's been a demo out against Loopy Loop. So unfortunately, he'll be out for just a few seconds, but that same firepower that Canoga had at their side this whole tournament seems to be strangely absent.
Yeah, TXC going for a reposition there. That ball is in the air. Players are just trying to see where those chips are going to fall, who will be able to get control of that. A hit over towards that Bunch side and goal, but a denial sent right back. And it's going to be TXC who's ready for the back and forth. Come out on top. Getting to see this replay. TXC, such a shot that it's not even enough power from that defensive player to push that ball away. And Bunch starting to get their stride. So long. 3 goals needed for Canoga Park to even the score, keep themselves in it.
So we got word from the all-knowing brains behind the scenes that it was Canoga Park that won game number 1, and then Bunch came back and won games 2 and 3, which means, again, a minute left, 3 goals up in the lead. Bunch still, just regardless of what the count was, need to just wait out the clock in order to win out this series. But that goes to show Canoga Park had a very strong game one. Bunch came back with their adaptability to say, you know what, we know exactly how you play now, and we can defeat it. Defeat it they seemingly have. 30 seconds left, Becky.
I was going to say, I feel like part of me, like, as somebody who didn't get to watch the matches before this one that we're in now, I kind of wish that we got to see, or that there had been a little bit of a back and forth. I feel like that just tells such a powerful tale. But speaking of a powerful tale, Bunch is trying to make the tail end of this match going out with as much of a home run as possible. Sorry, that's the wrong sport.
You know, there's a ball. People are running around.
You're right. They're
That's
all
all we
close
need.
enough.
I mean, the boosters are kind of like bases.
You know, all right, fair enough. I'll give myself that one. Thank you.
They're coming out with that new game rematch. They should do that for baseball now.
I'm with you.
The baseball guy collides into another baseball guy and they demo.
6 seconds left on the clock, but 6 points for Bunch. Those 2 matches are looking to set Bunch up to see themselves in the finals to go up against Spartan DNA and the School of Stauffer.
Bunch making it into the finals is going to be so interesting because, again, I think they're the team we know the least about. So what is going to be their game plan going into it? Final score, good second goal for Canoga Park. Unfortunately, though, it does not help them win this next game. It'll be Bunch securing the spot in the grand finals.
It certainly will, but a nice little goal to go out on.
That's true.
And 4th place, or in the top 4, is certainly not a bad showing on the day. So a great set of games that we got to watch, and Bunch ending strong. Great plays from Canoga Park as well as Millen in these top 4 matches. But our finals is going to be that Spartan DNA team versus Bunch.
Very exciting to see. I guess I didn't really know who I was expecting to see go into the finals. I think any team that made it through, even into the top 16, had a very good chance of making it to the spot. The teams that have a lot of aerial combatancy have made it to the finals. A lot of teams that have been able to adapt on the fly, like you mentioned, Becky, have made it there too. It's just really a matter of seeing who can find the better opportunities to win that big prize pool.
Absolutely true. We will be seeing that finals match that we have been in such anticipation for, but we're going to go to a quick break so that y'all can get some water, get some food, and be ready to be hyped for the finals match. We'll be right back.
Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. It is the grand finals of the City of STEM Middle School Invitational. Like Alan said, thank you again, Alan. My name is Keg, and I'm joined by Becky. Are you excited?
I couldn't not be excited. I mean, we're about to
Why?
watch the finals of the Rocket League STEM Championship
Wow.
at the Peterson Automotive Museum.
We've made it so far.
It doesn't get better than this.
I'm very excited to see how this all plays out today. Two of the best teams. They have fought tooth and nail through the Sweet 16 all the way up to the final 2 players remaining. Both of these teams have had amazing gameplay. They've had big macro plays, the big picture, to the smallest intricacies that makes the players individually unique from one another across billions that play Rocket League around the world. These two have brought themselves together, and only one can win.
Certainly true. There will only be one team hoisting those big trophies at the end of this match. It will be a best of 7. So first 2 4 will be the ones that taking it home. I believe our players are ready. Are you ready?
You know, I was born to be ready, Becky.
Born to be ready
Born
for
to be.
this moment.
My whole life led up to this moment.
Right here, right now. Let's get down onto the pitch and see which of these schools will be getting the big cheers and taking home the big trophy.
So the storyline going into this is that Bunch has been the team we've actually watched the least going into this grand finals.
We've seen them a few different times now, but not a whole lot to understand fully what the capabilities of their strategies would be. Stoffer, we have a pretty good idea. They like to go into the air. They like to go for these fast but deep passes from the midfield. Bunch, there could be a bunch of ways to get around that.
Absolutely true. And Bunch, what we did get to see of them was certainly just as strong and aggressive and swift as what we saw from that full Stoffer match that we got to watch in that Final 4. And just like that, TXC feels like a name that I was saying when we were watching previously, and a name that I get to say at the start of this match. The first to get that long con shot from close to the middle of the field, and the first to score a point for Bunch.
Defenseless open goal from Stoffer's side. They were so pre-focused on the midfield that they had left both of the far left and right side section of the field completely open for Bunch to take advantage of. Grounded gameplay has been the name of the game thus far for the singular goal given.
Absolutely true. Trying to get that ball up in the air. We mentioned that that was something that Stoffer kind of prides themselves on, is something that allowed for them to have such definitive wins against previous teams. So they're going to try and make it happen again and try and succeed. They will, getting themselves that goal, that point, and evening the score up.
Evening the score thus far, the earliest tie we have seen so far this entire tournament. Only fitting that it comes out in the grand finals.
Absolutely true. 4 minutes left on the clock. Kickoff is through, and both teams fighting hard to keep that ball in the air, but we are going to have to see who is going to be the one to break parity here. And it is going to come down to who's able to swipe the ball away from the players that are trying to connect these passes.
Manzo's in a good spot to try to follow up off of the ball, knowing full well the initial hit was not getting the proper angle to go in. Ball off the backboard. Dark Season in a fantastic spot to follow up. 3 defenders available from Bunch's side, anticipating Dark Season. Setup was not available.
Yeah, going really high for a lot of these shots, going crawling up those walls. And it's going to be a burst into the scene from Kenzo, pushes that ball towards the Bunch side of the field, but unfortunately nobody from the side of Stoffer was there to kind of collect that big pass. So the swipe away immediately gets put back onto the side of Stoffer's hands and ends up equating to a goal to come through. TXC narrowly not able to clear the ball of their side of the board.
This is beat for beat how Stoffer Spartan DNA had played out every single match we've seen from them on stream. They lose the opening goal, they come back about 45 seconds to a minute in, and they get 2 in a row. Bunch has to break that storyline, and Stoffer does it again, repeating history.
Oh, we got to see that right from the point of TXC. Goes to try and get that denial, that push back towards the center of the field. And Dark Season just says absolutely not. 3 points for the Stoffer side with a little under 3 minutes remaining in this match. And Bunch is going to have to really fight to take control of this one more time. But as it stands, Stoffer is continuing to play this very calculated game in the air.
Very calculated game in the air. It has been the singular advantage Stoffer has used throughout this tournament that did not have much recourse from enemy teams. Stoffer Spartan 3. For the bounce back. Attempting to set up the ball for the long range goal. Cannot find the proper connection. Dark Season attempting to flip reset. Could not do it. Big bounce back and forth, however, now. 50-50s.
A lot of players just trying to go for those bounces up against the wall, set things up for the rest of their teammates to try and push it just a little bit further towards the goal. It's going to be a post shot, and unfortunately Kenzo not able to connect with that ball at quite the right place to get it to sink into that goal. Bunch able to save themselves from getting too far back in this fight. Trying to collect around the side. Dark Season leaving a path of destruction in their wake. And Kenzo narrowly not able to speed up to meet with the ball and get it into that corner of the goal. The pressure is still just so strong for the Stoffer side.
Good bounce back once again, just barely misses the backcourt. TXC, potential open goal. Flooded in immediately by Stoffer. They do not want to give a second goal whatsoever to Bunch. Minute 13 left now. Piranha's in the water, looking to eye its next victim. Can it go in? The answer is yes!
Very nicely done from Stoffer. I love getting to see these little replays. Kenzo goes for that nice little turn, gets collided with by that Bunch player, but not able to stop the ball. Collision with the car, but not the ball, and so Stoffer increased their lead to 4 points to 1.
4 points to 1 now. Bunch have to make the comeback. It's been a struggle for a lot of teams when they start to lose this lead in this tournament. I don't believe we've seen any team so far make a big lead back.
Yeah, I think it would be a little bit difficult too, especially with 45 seconds remaining on the clock, but it is just going to be Bunch trying to stem the bleeding for as long as possible. That first shot a little bit high.
Oh,
what? All of the cars from Stoffer's side to try and get the ball into the goal, but 3 times was not the charm, and still narrowly missing on this comeback around. Bunch holding down the fort to the best of their ability, but as long as they're holding down the fort, they are not being aggressive, they are not getting goals for their side, and they are still 3 points behind.
Ball seemingly just has a mind of its own, doing some of the wacky shenanigans I think I've seen out of Rocket League, where 2 turns to 1 and 1 turns to 0. Game number 1 very effectively in Stoffer's favor.
But still one of the closer games that we've seen, with only 5 points total in the match. I think we've seen a lot of them go up to something like 8. So all of a sudden, finals, we're starting to see close matches. But as you mentioned, a lot of what these are coming down to is starting to be control in the air. You've been saying it since we saw matches in the second round. And even still, we're just seeing such control in the dribbling and the traveling from these players that are coming through and just sinking these shots from these passes. Beautifully done from Stoffer's side.
Absolutely beautifully done, and we waste no time going into game number 2. Initial kickoff has not mattered as much into this grand finals as much as I thought it would. Stoffer does take an early advantage, and the pressure is out against Bunch, but remember, Stoffer's first minute into each of these rounds has always been notoriously weak. It's up to a team like Bunch to take advantage and use this time to maximize points. After that first minute, Becky, it's the Stoffer game.
Yeah, I'm in to believe that.
Oh, maybe not.
Well, but we see Dark Season just trying to keep that pressure. I keep saying it, pressure is key. And we were mentioning this not so much in the game that we saw just before this one, the match before that. We were talking a lot about how Stauffer is doing a really great job of kind of these long shots from middle of the field. We didn't see that as much in round number 1. But that was a classic
Open
mid-field
goal?
shot.
Oh.
Your favorite, open goal.
I was waiting for you to say that's one of my favorite terms. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of them so far this tournament. Dark Season comes by just in time to stop it. Enzo, TXC, all the same. Aerial plays inbound, unfortunately, stopped in its tracks. I have an idea. 679 of them may have a 680 if they get this ball into the goal, but Stauffer's been playing a fantastic keep-away game.
Absolutely true. A lot of players swarming this ball right now, and it is going to result in Bunch having control of it for a moment. Dark Season's going to try and break that. A great save from Stauffer Spartan to at least push the ball back towards the center of the field and keep it away from these goal posts for as long as possible. I have an idea with a beautiful setup, and TXC, they're able to collect that pass and sink the ball. Some beautiful teamwork that you're able to see in this replay here. And Bunch even score at 1-1.
1-1, same exact way as it was for game number 1, except it was Bunch to get the first goal, and Stauffer had to be the ones that make it up. But ever since that first goal, Stauffer, they had gotten their second, and then their third, and then so on and so forth. It continued on. TXC has been a dominant force for Bunch's side. Conversion to the goal, though, has not been found.
Yeah, a little bit of a bumpy kickoff there, but not going to let it shake any of these players.
Slippery set.
Kenzo's going to just, keep playing with those flips, keep trying to keep it in the air. TXC is going to try and take a page out of that book, but it just results in it going back to the control of Stauffer Spartan.
Ball's back in the air. You would think this is the advantage for Stauffer. Has not been able to find the capabilities to get the spike down directly into the goal. They do like to play far away. The spike might not necessarily be the option, and then we see it.
I feel like we don't have to explain as much. The crowd seems to understand everything plenty. This is the hype that I've been waiting for all day. The excitement to finally come through. Good job, crowd. You're doing great.
Thank you, crowd. You're the carry.
Kenzo going in for that initial kickoff and is going to be the one to push that pressure over towards the orange side. Bunch feeling it a little bit. Ooh, yeah, our camera movement was going to make me feel like we were really going towards that goal, but in fact, it's over towards one of those corners. Kenzo's going to see if they can correct that movement, and so far, not quite able to. I have an idea, not able to stay in the air for any longer. Just going to come back down to earth to help out TXC, who's trying to push that ball towards Stauffer's goal.
Unfortunately, Stauffer have not been able to find the proper angle. Even when they do, it might just be too high in the air. But of course, I say that Dark Season, the geometry master. You show any of these games that Dark Season's been into their geometry teacher, and they're going to instantly get an A. There's no way.
Absolutely true, and playing that air game once again. You mentioned that we weren't seeing a lot of spike plays. Well, there is your spike.
2 in a row. Early demo. Bunch of lost a player for just a few seconds. We saw the respawn on Dark Season's POV. Stolen away, though, in the process. Bunch having the advantage of the ball. Spartan does get it back, however. Big 50-50. I have an idea. Tries to get the setup, but he's unable to do so.
Really struggling to keep control of that airtime aplenty for both of these teams, but unfortunately, because of that ball hitting the roof does mean that it slams back down to the ground. Dark Season going to try and dribble the ball in the air here. Passes it to Kenzo, but a very nice denial from Joe there.
Minute 25 are left now, left on the clock. Stauffer once again, they've given this lead after a tie, and they can play a keep away. They don't have to go for the aggression anymore. They can wait. Buncho cannot play reactive.
A lot of momentum to lose for Kenzo there. Falls back to the ground. Luckily, teammate there trying to keep the pressure on to not make that as disastrous as it could have been. Kenzo's going to try and complete this pass to Stauffer, but Stauffer is instead going to have to sweep in and also play defense here. TXC trying to get control of this back alongside Joe. Can they play this airtime to their favor and push it back over towards Stalker's side.
But Becky, there's 40 seconds left. Stauffer, they don't have a huge lead. There is a chance to bring it back. Bunch, that may have been their closest attempt since their first goal. And yet this may be one of the last chances they have. It's not a best of 3, certainly no best of 5, best of 7. Plenty of chances left for Stauffer to get this. Bunch did lose their first game against Kanuga in the semifinals. They brought it back multiple times over after that, though. Stauffer.
Absolutely true. As you
They're looking
mentioned,
good.
ooh, a lot of players hanging out over towards that goal. 1 second left on the clock, but the denial of time ends up going in Stauffer's favor, and Spartan DNA get themselves the second match of this best of 7.
Oh, what was it again, Becky? You only needed 4 games in a row to win?
4 in a row. To
4,
win. Well,
wow.
not in a row. They don't have to be in a row. We just have to win 4 games.
Okay, but if it's not in a row, there's a chance we could see all 7 games then, right?
We certainly still could.
So it sounds like to me, Stauffer are about halfway there.
Stauffer are, in fact, halfway there to bringing home the big trophies for their school. But we have still seen quite close games. A 4-1 and a 3-1.
Wow.
That gap is closing. Granted, it might need to close a little bit faster if Bunch is going to fight back in this match, as Stauffer is up 2-0. And just continue to show their prowess with control of the ball and control of the airtime of the ball in these matches.
Same story beats as before, though. I'm watching to see this first minute. Can Bunch get this opening goal? They have so much aggression when they achieve it, but afterwards they start to play very early defense. The aggression seems to go away. Not completely, but a lot more so.
I had a thought. We have recorded like how many goals each game ended with, and I was about to try and like add all of them up, but because what you mentioned about Bunch having a game down, I think that they would be actually skewed towards more goals, but it's just because they've played more games.
I can't even begin to do that kind of math. That's for the STEM students to do.
Enzo trying to hold control of the ball, but TX swiftly pulls it away. The defensive side of Stauffer, they're laying in wait to strike like Vipers and keep this away. TXC, though, swiftly coming in and finishing it off. The defensive power of Stauffer fails for a moment, and Bunch are able to capitalize.
Great grounded footwork coming out from Bunch once again. Swerving around all the cars on Stauffer's side. They've been a team that's prioritized aerial gameplay. Grounded not so much, though they do find the rogue hit once and again. Oh, every once in a while to get a goal in. Bunch, however, they've remained on the ground. Does make the defenses a lot more open, but if Stauffer are maintaining a very loose aerial style of play, going straight forwards could be the answer.
Absolutely true, and if you can find an answer, you just gotta see how many times you can make it work. EXE trying to play as much as possible in the air to match what Stauffer is doing. The rest of the team kind of focusing on playing on the ground, and unfortunately that is going to mean that Stauffer is able to get a very high goal into Bunch's goal. Stauffer even it up to 1-1.
History continues to repeat itself, Becky. Another Stauffer tie against Bunch.
I was going to say, you're right. Every single one of our games has started off with a 1-1 tie.
The first goal from Bunch has been approximately the same time, too, around 3:45.
This time around, though, we have evened up with only 3 minutes remaining. So I feel like, once again, we're going further and further. The gap is lessening. Bunch have found themselves a second goal. 3 minutes still remain. But they're starting to take a little bit of a lead. Will this equate to us going to 7 matches?
I'm not sure. Bunch so far have been able to capitalize on Stauffer's mistakes. They're overheating just a wee bit. Nothing too crazy, though. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. However, once again, the idea now, Bunch, for maintaining that grounded gameplay. They are not contesting in the air. They are getting more ball time when they remain on the ground. Not quite the Doomsday from TXC.
A very nice little bit of a steal there. Unfortunately, Stauffer's Spartan a lot of speed to try and catch up, and they're just
Spike.
fighting for the ball. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the correct position to set up for that spike. Dark Season trying to push control back for the blue side. Stoffer not quite able to sink it. Bunch with a very fast collection back over towards this goal, trying to keep that ball as far away from the posts as possible. We've seen Disaster strike far too many times on this day. And the full carry from orange to blue side from TXC.
Woo!
That might be one of the first full carries we've seen from a team in the finals.
TXC's grounded work has worked unbelievably well. The fact that he's able to track and navigate the ball so well on the ground and no one's really been able to contest him, it's essentially the same as one of the players on Stoffer spiking the ball in.
Whoa!
A fourth for Bunch.
I have no idea, so doing some fancy little flips on the way out of that one. Speaking of some midfield shots. Absolutely strong kickoff for Bunch, who are starting to say we are going to fight back in this best of 7.
It's certainly not over for Bunch just yet. They can maintain this for the next 2 minutes. However, we have seen Stoffer, once they get the ball rolling themselves, quite literally, it's been hard to stop them. They can turn into an avalanche on the click of a dime. We'll have to wait and see if they can find the activation once more. But if Bunch can just keep the ball quite literally away from Stoffer, they should be good for game number 3.
Hypothetically, that should be the case. But with minute 30, there's still a chance for Stoffer. We've seen them do back-to-back goals with that level of swiftness. But I would like to believe that Bunch is now in a position where they say, we've cracked the code, we've seen the formulas that you're using, we've finally found our own to fight back.
Well, Stoffer are going to have to think of a way to readapt on the fly because they only have a minute left if they want to have a flawless grand finals.
That writing might be on the wall for them in this game, as you mentioned, with a minute left. But, I mean, this is one of those situations. You just kind of have to break that parity, go to that kickoff, and so much of it really does come down to if you can kind of link kickoff goals into each other. Like, sure, it's very difficult, but it is probably the most possible if you're trying to link a bunch of goals together within a short time span is working with just kickoff.
And it's certainly not impossible. We've seen plenty of teams do that before as their win conditions. Stoffer get their second goal, 40 seconds left, 20 seconds per goal, certainly doable.
Absolutely true, at least for a way to get us into overtime. As you mentioned, those 40 seconds remaining. Kickoff is going to tell us a lot about the potential fate of this game. And considering that ball is simply rolling, it's not in the air. We'll see if Kenzo is going to be able to push it towards that Bunch goal and start to bridge this gap to keeping Stoffer in for their flawless finals. So far, it's not looking to be the case.
20 seconds. It's anybody's game, Becky. Timer's ticking away yet again. Those kickoff goals that you wanted to see are looking impossible now for game number 3. There is a possibility. You'd have to get a goal right now, but no. Stolen away. 3 turns to 2 and 1 turns to 0. That's going to be game number 3. Stoffer still maintain a lead, but no longer a flawless series.
Absolutely true. And Bunch did something that I typically anticipate seeing much more often, where they were able to pick up a lead and then they just played that defensive game. That's much more what I expect. I expect to see a team being like, okay, we have a lead. I don't need to worry about being aggressive anymore. I don't need to worry about scoring anymore. And they kept one of their strong players at the goal so that they couldn't get scored on and they didn't have to worry as much about the strong aggression from the opposing team who's trying to keep the matchup.
And I mean, usually the biggest scary person when it comes to you playing that keep away game is yourself. You get antsy. You want to play aggressive. You want to go for those goals. Now, reminder everybody in the audience, this is a best of 7. So there's still plenty of opportunities left for both of these teams to find impact and, most importantly, win the championship.
Absolutely true. We've ramped up throughout the day. We were starting off in the top 16 and top 8 with best of 3s, best of 5s in the top 4, and now we said, why don't we keep going bigger? They do say go big or go home.
Best of 10
so
next.
Whom will they play against?
Universal Championship.
Oh, all right. I mean, I'd love to see that, but instead, here and now, today, we have this best of 7 for you. 30 seconds down on this clock. Demolition starting to come through. A narrow miss of a goal from Kenzo in the side of Stauffer, and it is instead going to be that ball pushed back over towards that orange side. Dark Season's going to see if we can get one of those picture-perfect shots from the top to get Stauffer off with a foot ahead.
History's been broken. Stauffer very rarely getting a first goal in a round. A first goal within the first minute, also a rarity. It's like a shooting star. Stauffer, they have captured the Comet, and now they may be able to use that kickoff once more to get a second goal in a row and put them on championship point.
A little bit of an orange tail on that ball there, showing that that was contact that came through first. Bunch going to be the ones pushing over towards Stauffer's side, but a quick rebuttal from that blue side. Speaking of trying to get those top-down goals, Dark Season trying to go for it once again. But Joe, as well as the rest of the Bunch squad, trying to keep that out of the goal for as long as possible. Hey, I guess if you're going to have somebody on your team go full send from one side to the other, TXC is the player for the job.
He's been the highlight for Bunch. All the players have been playing very well, but whenever we see Bunch score a goal, it is TXC being watched on the replay cam.
I have an idea. I'm going to try and have some ideas. Get
Oh,
Bunch into a lead. You said it. Great save from Stauffer Spartan there. Dark Season back on the game plan of top-down shots, but the swipe away from TXC, trying to see if we can play a little bit of paddle ball there, see if we can set that one up for themselves, but isn't quite able to do it. Stauffer Spartan going to try and reset this ball fully in the air, go for that dribble across the field, but the dial comes through from Joe.
Joe Og has done such a great job playing that defensive anchor. It's been tough for Stauffer to find that impact. 2 attempted goals now from Stauffer. Both have led nowhere as the double defense has reigned supreme. Even the aerial matchups might not be able to find that same exact impact as before, as long as Bunch can keep this up, but they need to break the tie. Luckily for them, though, but for Bunch, they just need TXC on the board. They don't need to have more than one player if they don't have to. But open goal, closed.
Closed indeed. A lot of players hanging out over towards that side of the field. You can see if they can travel this ball all the way back to Bunch's goal. It's going to be Joe, as he mentioned, that defensive player, really trying to make sure that those hits get put back and the pressure is put onto Stauffer once more. And Bunch, 2 minutes remaining, 2 points for Bunch, and can they make it their second match?
Bunch, as long as they keep that clock going, is very similar to the Jefferson match, where you highlighted that the longer the match goes on, the more of an opportunity a team like Stauffer can get those. Actually, I apologize. More like a team like Bunch can get those goals effectively in the favor of against Stauffer.
TXC coming in with quick change of hands, or tires, I suppose, since they are cars.
I have opposable tires.
Interesting. Side of Stauffer going to be pushing it right back after that collected failed pass from TXC. But TXC says, that's all right, I can still keep my head on straight, and I'm just going to play a patient game, wait for that shot to come through, and immediately throw that pressure back towards that blue side.
Minute 30 left on the clock now for game number 4.
Oh.
Second score for Stauffer now. They want to keep this an even game. There could be an opportunity, though. Not a whole lot of time left. We might be eyeing towards an overtime.
I think this is also interesting. So you can tell that a lot of the players have different cars, as we can now see while we prepare for this kickoff. And the different cars have different weights to them.
That's true.
And I feel like we've seen a lot of people use kind of these lighter cars. They're meant for a little bit of speed. But we are seeing a little bit of varying weights in this match, and something that I'm sitting here thinking about, but also trying to keep at a level that's very accessible for everyone.
Sure, absolutely. You know, the heavier your car, the more power there is behind your strikes, the slower you can be. Kenzo, a great spot, however, putting this SUV into overdrive, able to find some impact. Less than a minute left on the clock, though, and Stauffer Spartan do lose at least one player to a demolition. Not going to stop them, though, from the respawn. Dark Season immediately back into the fray, attempts to find something, but Stuffer not having nearly the same amount of control as they have for the entirety of this tournament in this matchup. They just need one more goal.
Yeah, I was going to say, with 30 seconds left, each team kind of fighting to find one more goal, trying to put themselves with the foot up. TXC makes the shot, but a great denial to come through from Dark Season. A beautiful save. And Dark Season tries to travel that ball all the way back down into Punch's goal. Narrowly isn't able to happen. Stoffer Spartan going to try and go for a setup here. Save comes through from TXC. Dark Season goes for the shot. The denial from Joe. And it looks like we are telling the story of an overtime, but with that ball still in the air, there's still a chance. Will this end up going in? The players trying their best to keep the ball in the air, but it touches the ground, and we go for overtime in match number 4.
Remember, that counter goes up until someone scores. Whoever scores a goal next will be the winner. For Stalford, it's so important. They would be on grand finals point of the entirety of the middle school invitational. But for Bunch, they'd be tied up with Stalford! That could have been it! But not quite yet. It's anybody's game still. TXC has been the leader in getting these goals for Bunch's side. That double defense that Bunch has employed at the same time, it has been tough for Stalford to get past.
Absolutely true. TXC putting in overtime, traveling back and forth across this match. I have an idea to get that ball over towards the side of Stoffer. Laying in wait was TXC, who's now back to play on the defensive side as Stoffer's moved this ball right back towards their goal. All players kind of playing on the edge of a pin here, trying to not make any decisions that are too hasty, but it just takes one little opening.
One little opening. A minute now has passed inside overtime. We could be here literally all day. The museum could close before we get this goal. Oh! Stoffer!
It's because you said that.
The Caster's Curse in the grand finals. Name me a better duo. Stoffer's now one game away from being the City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational Champions.
Absolutely true. At 3-1, you said it. We are going to 4 points, and Stoffer stand 1 point away from crowning themselves as champion. But there's still a chance. Bunch kept that one close. They had a strong start in it. Stoffer did a great fight back. And Bunch, they had themselves a point. They can still come back into this. And you got to know that they're sitting there doing their best, trying to figure out how they make that happen.
It's certainly a possibility, Becky. Suddenly the room got quiet. Real quiet. It's tense, I know. Only one of these teams can win, and we're getting closer and closer to the end. Still a chance, though. We can see all 7 games of this best of 7.
I mean, we're going into game number 5 of 7. Will this be the one that Stoffer closes the door? Will Bunch be able to take their axe and continue going through it?
Bunch need 2 more games in a row in order to tie things up. That'll give us the full best of 7. TXC once again, and we've understood now how Bunch like to operate your team. A lot of that pressure's been put on this young warrior in order to bring the ball into victory. Double defense from Joe Ogg and company has been good. A demolition's out though. TXC is gone. This should be free reign for Stoffer to get that ball into the goal against Bunch, but they cannot find progress.
Yeah, Bunch does have what feels like 2 players playing heavy defense, and then TXC kind of on that offensive game plan. As long as you can still find ways for your team to work together, it can work out. But speaking of that teamwork, it is a great play of aggression from Dark Season. And then Kenzo just gets to come in and swoop up a point for Stoffer.
That's a certified Kenzo moment.
Kenzo, speaking of Kenzo moments, going to be the first in and charging with that kickoff. Stoffer Spartan is going to try and set up what could be a little bit of a top-down shot, but it doesn't come through. TXC pushing the ball across the field. unfortunately for Stoffer Spartan to try and bring it back, but amidst a demolition, it's going to be that much more difficult. Dark Season setting it up with a bunch they've learned, they know, and they're going to try their best to not let those moves happen for too long, but not prepared for the rebuttal that comes through after the shots that Dark Season takes.
You gotta feel bad for Bunch. They did everything right. TXC was there to deny the Doomsday flick, ensure the ball would not go in originally. They send the ball back to the midfield. Because of a demo earlier against Stoffer Spartan, they respawned right in front of the ball, and they launched it straight into the goal. You cannot predict something like that.
Absolutely. Now Stoffer didn't even have a player go in for that kickoff. Instead, all three players kind of hung back, waiting to see if there was going to be some crazy Hail Mary shot to come through from Bunch's side.
Still plenty of time, though, for Bunch. They can hang into this tournament even longer. Idea has been decimated for just a few seconds. The ideas are gone. TXC attempts to lead the ball back over for a follow-up off of Bunch. That is not to be. Everyone's back, though. And Bunch are attempting to find a way to get back in. It's a Hail Mary once more from TXC to get an angle in. The defenders were not there for Stoffer. Not once, but twice, and the strikes not connect. Dark Season finds an open goal, but Joe says, not yet. You're open instead. And even that's not going to be a possibility. TXC's demoed out Becky, and we're back to neutral.
Indeed, TXC takes a shot, but unfortunately there's nobody there to collect that pass. So it is just going to be Dark Season, takes the shot, passes, going in a rebuttal to Stoffer. Kenzo comes in to try for the third time in this back and forth. And the little bunny hop from Joe isn't quite able to stop the shot from Stoffer. 3 points, just under 2.5 minutes. Bunch have got to get a little bit of a kickoff action, a little bit of swiftness to come through to keep themselves in this series any longer.
Bunch had been doing a great job, though, making Stoffer fight for each and every one of these goals. Certainly wasn't as easy as it was at Game 1. I wouldn't even call that easy.
Certainly true. TXC hanging out back with those defensive players to try and make sure the gap doesn't increase anymore. I have an idea. Going to try set something up, get people into that blue side. But unfortunately, Dark Season and the rest of the Stoffer squad is just doing such a great job of pushing back, keeping that defensive momentum over onto the orange side instead of ever having to deal with it close to their goal. But as a result, Bunch, they can just get that momentum put over towards the blue side. That goal is pretty much open for Stoffers constantly.
Absolutely. An open goal would be huge right now for Bunch. They just need something. Some sort of leverage. What do you know?
What we're talking about.
A miracle from the stars above. TXC, they get their first goal and what could be their final game of this grand finals. They have time, though, to get 2 more to tie up against Stoffer. And if they can hit overtime, or better, even avoid overtime and get 4-3, they at least survive into another game.
That's certainly the dream, but you kind of got to take it one step at a time. Sure, you kind of have to do it with a little bit of urgency at this point, as there is that only 1 minute remaining to be able to find 2 more points to at least get into overtime. So we've got to be watching these orange side players trying to get it over to that blue side goal. Otherwise, it is going to be Stoffer hoisting that trophy.
What could very well be the final 40 seconds of this tournament. It's still anybody's game. The Bunch, they have to have a stake in it. A good save from Joe. Follow from Kenzo's not there. 30 seconds are left. Stoffer, keep away. That's all they need to do to be the City of STEM Esports champions.
Yeah, keep away, as you mentioned, trying to keep that ball in the air for as long as possible. Unfortunately for the side of Bunch, that big pass didn't end up connecting with any of those orange side players. It goes into the hands of the blue side. Stoffer, as you said, are just watching this countdown happen. And with 1 second, 0, the ball hits the ground, and Spartan DNA and Stauffer Middle School are your STEM champions.
Everybody played an amazing job in this tournament, but Stauffer, Spartan DNA, they came into this with a game plan and they executed it so well every single game that we got to see them both on and off stream.
Whew. What a match.
Absolutely. Who would have thought that we would see such amazing teams? And of course, I believe Alan Zach said this was the inaugural showcase for the City of STEM Esports Middle School Invitational. And it's been quite a journey throughout the day to see how far each of these teams have come.
Absolutely true. Congratulations to the Stauffer Spartans once again. And a thank you to everyone who has joined us on YouTube. It's been so great to walk you through this day. But it is time that we say goodbye so that we can crown our champions of this tournament. Any final thoughts, Kev?
Of course. Thank you so much for our presenting sponsors, the Los Angeles County Office of Education and the Greater Los Angeles Educational Foundation. And thank you for our supporting sponsors, the City of STEM, Columbia Memorial Space Center, Lollipop Labs, Insight, and of course, MSI.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to the people who made this possible. Thank you to the parents who are here to support these kids. And with that being said, we're going to sign off from here and congratulate our champions and all of the players who competed in today's STEM championship. Have a good night.